Hello, chat. How is everyone doing on this beautiful day? As ages passed, the 12 Crusaders became talk of legends, and a great rebellion arose and spread throughout the land of Judgrel. Just adjusting the chat setting. Ooh, that's way too big. I want to be able to see more messages. What if I make... Ooh. Hold on. There we go. What if I make you clean? Ooh, that should work better. I just reached chapter 16 of Hag and White. Ooh, that's the escape map, right? Ooh. Okay, so that's pretty small. Oh, actually, no, that looks... Yeah, because it leaves room for the username. Yeah, I like that size, actually. Maybe make it I could make it a little bigger, but this seems fine. No spoilers. So the point of this is going to be a story-based playthrough, sort of refresh my mind on the story. But I will say this, right? I'm going to be playing this with the assumption that anyone who's watching is okay with story spoilers. I'm not gonna, like, go out of my way to give them, but I'm not gonna be, like... I'm not gonna avoid giving story spoilers. Danny murders me every time. What am I murdering? What am I murdering? Skip the dancer. That's what Kaga would have wanted. Will we do Paragon mode? Oh, that actually, let's do a poll for that. I think probably yes. I think probably yes. Like, Paragon mode seems like the play, but I'll let y'all choose. I love democracy. I love the Senate. Stream notifications. I'm live. What is Paragon mode? So Paragon mode is basically the difficulty. It just doubles your experience gain. It does stack with units who already have, like, it's referred to as Paragon mode because the way it makes the game easier is by doubling your experience gain. But I think it, like, I don't think it should be. I think it should just be called easy mode. Because it doesn't actually, like, give Paragon or anything. It's like Phoenix mode. No, it is just easy mode, and the way it makes things easier is by doubling experience. Paragon mode makes training Sarah and Homer much faster. Well, they already have Paragon, though, so it basically quadruples their experience. We said yes to Paragon mode during the genealogy 07 Julius moment. Killing Julius was epic. Look at this title crawl. We got Dismounted Nana. Oh yeah, people refer to it as Paragon mode, and that has actually led to some confusion. Mostly by people who use AI to write their scripts. Let's leave it at that. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But yeah, it is just an easy mode. It doesn't actually interact with the skill Paragon or the Paragon sword or anything like that. Doesn't Gaiden have Paragon mode? So it's also easy mode in Gaiden because it's not, like, it doesn't give the skill Paragon. People refer to it as Paragon mode because one of the effects is doubling experience, but in Gaiden it's an even worse name for it because it doesn't just double experience, it also gives a mixed convoy that both units can access, which is not normally a feature of Gaiden. Normally in Fire Emblem Gaiden, Alm has his own convoy, and Celica has her own convoy. But on easy mode, you get doubled experience, and they have a shared convoy. So that's why I don't like referring to it as Paragon mode, but I do think it's very funny that the fact people called it Paragon mode led to the fucking ChatGPT confusion moment that absolutely outed that slop channel. I find it very fucking amusing. Anyway. I love democracy, I love the Senate. We're not doing Paragon mode. I changed my mind. We're playing as Kaga intended, despite the fact that y'all voted for Paragon mode. I'm playing without it. You have to use a cheat code to activate it. So, democracy was a lie. I love democracy, I love the Senate. I don't know what you're talking about. Before we get started, I do want to ask, how is the volume? Is my voice good? I've noticed on the past couple of live streams, my voice has been like kind of crackly. I think because it's been too loud. Denny, this is the Senate. I love democracy. I love the Senate. The game is too loud. I can adjust that very easily. Let me knock the game down a couple of notches. So the game is at minus 33 decibels, and I am at minus 27 decibels. I think that's good. The game is a bit quiet now. I can knock the game up to 30, I guess. You're yelly. I'm too loud. Okay. Well, let me move me down. How is this? I could always just open it and listen for myself, I guess. Oh, I do sound a little reverby. Yeah. I feel like my voice sounds distorted. Maybe if I turn the mic down on my microphone. This should be good. The thing that I'm concerned about is, like, during hype moments when I get like, oh my god, it gets like reverby. Yeah, like that. It got reverby. I don't know if maybe... There's also, if you're hearing an echo... No, it's fine. You're not. This game and Sacred Sons are the only games that extend the Fire Emblem theme. Oh, we have some save files to delete. I should probably, I don't know what these save files are, so what I'm gonna do is make a save state. Unknown. Who are the units we're paying for? So, if you read the description, I meant to say this before we started. There is a major route split about halfway through Thracia, which is often described as A route versus B route. For clarification, am calling it Dryas route versus August route, because those are the two advisors that you can choose to listen to. Dryas is over here on the left, and that is the route that gives you Sleuf, the priest, Amalda, the paladin, and Misha, the Falcoknight. And then over on the right is August. That's what sends you to Warp Forest, where you can recruit Shannam, the Swordmaster, Miranda, the trainee mage unit, and Connomor, the Lance Knight. Which route is Olwen in? Olwen is available on both routes, actually, because Olwen does not join during the route split. However, the route split does vaguely impact her because she has her own mutual exclusivity with Illios, a unit who is recruited on A route or Dryas route. And if we go that route, then we can have another sort of like chat decides whether we go Illios or Olwen. Although, honestly, there is a correct choice, and the correct choice is just use both. Use Olwen in the mid game, kill her off, use Illios in the late game. Illios is a significantly better... I want to donate for August.
I want to donate some money for August so you can rant about Sleuf being boring.
Thank you for the $5 donation, Jackson. Ooh. August. August is not Sleuf. So are you trying to send me to Dryas route? Dryas route is where Sleuf is. I put on August for now, but if you wanted that money to go towards Sleuf, that is August. The reason I'm using the advisors is because since each route has 3 units tied to it, just putting 1 unit as the face, like, wouldn't make sense. I meant Dryas. Okay, well, we'll knock August down to 0. Thank you for the $5 donation, by the way. This is Dryas dollars. Go up there. He's the reincarnation of Saint Bragi, though. He's certainly something. He's certainly something. He is a good unit. Like, he's the most boring fucking good unit ever, but he is good. Alright, storytime mode. Barely escaping the burning castle Leonster with his life, the young Prince Leif was looked after by Finn, his knight and retainer. Together with Nana, a young noblewoman under Finn's care, the trio fled pursuers, sent by the conquerors of North Thracia, the Grandvale Empire, which lay to the west. Yet Finn proved stronger than those who hunted them, and the 3 made their way to the cities of Ulster and Tara, posing as common vagrants. Eventually, they drifted into Fiana, a small village on Thracia's eastern coast. Fiana was an independent community with its own militia, the Fiana Freeblades, led by the swordswoman Eyvel. Eyvel welcomed Leif's group as if they were her own kin. Under her watchful eye, the deposed prince spent his childhood in Fiana, growing into maturity alongside youths of common birth. Now, in year 776 of Grandvale calendar, the warrior of Fiana. Have you found that whelp of a prince yet? Regretfully not, my lord. The men searched the village from top to bottom, but came with nothing. Why is such a simple task taking you so long? There's little doubt the heir to House Leonster is hiding here. You've been too gentle with these villagers. Give them ample motivation to talk. We are of the same mind, my lord. I've already ordered the men do as much. Yet the townsfolk claim the prince isn't here. According to them, he left with the Freeblades to fend off a pirate raid on a nearby village. Freeblades? What nonsense is this? A local militia, sire. As I understand it, this village was once home to a group of brigands. Rather savage ones at that. About a decade ago, they were routed by Eyvel, a wandering sellsword. She claimed the village as her own, and founded the Freeblades to protect the region from future attacks. She's supposedly quite a wonder with the sword. She may be a problem. You have nothing to fear, my lord. We've taken Eyvel's daughter captive. What's more, we also captured the daughter of Finn the very night guarding the prince's life. With the leverage we have over them, they'll have no choice but to surrender. I admit, you have your uses, Wiseman. The woman will accompany me back to Munster. You'll remain here and prepare for when these upstart rebels return. See that the young Leonster pup is put in chains, befitting a stray mutt. Your trust in me is well placed, sire. Men, bring the girls here! What's your name, lass? A fighting spirit to match a pretty face. Now let's have a look at the other one. Ah, you must be Finn's young ward. I hear your mother was royalty of House Nordian, is that right? You certainly don't lack for grace, despite living in this backwater hovel. Holy blood doesn't run thin, even in squalor, I see. What a pleasant surprise the two of you make for. Wiseman. I'll be departing Munster for now. Don't disappoint me. All shall be as you wish, my lord. Yo, he can rescue 2 units at the same time? That's a strong general. What's that commotion in the village? Something's rotten here. I'll scout ahead, Commander. Hold here a moment. Commander, Fiana is packed to the brim with Imperial troops. They must have struck while we were away. What? No way the Empire's gonna make a mess of our home. Commander, let's move in. Calm down, Osian. We'll get slaughtered if we just charge in blindly. Yeah, Halvan. I'm sure the village will appreciate your patient attitude while everyone's being rounded up and jailed. Peace, Osian. Halvan is right. Seems we've finally been noticed by the Empire. Looks like this is goodbye, little Leif. I'm sorry. Finn, take him as far away from here as you can. Leave the soldiers to us. No, Commander. Nana's still in the village. I won't leave without her. I'll get her back. Don't worry. It's more than that, Commander. I won't run away anymore. That's my decision to make. Finn, you want to weigh in here? You going to let the little lord throw himself into harm's way like this? Lord Leif has seen the past being of 15 summers by now. He's old enough to choose for himself, and as my liege, I will abide by his judgment. Has it been that long already? I suppose I let little Leif come with us to fight off these pirates myself. I guess I made up my own mind when I did that. If Finn's alright with it, so am I. Then what's the holdup? If we're done arguing, there's an invasion happening over that ridge. Alright, get ready to move in, but stay sharp. Most foot soldiers are just regular folk forced into the Imperial Army against their will. If they surrender, just take their weapons and let them go. Are we clear? But we can still bloody them up until they surrender, right? I mean, if we can't put up a good fight ourselves, we'll be the ones surrendering. Knock them around if you have to, sure, but don't overdo it. That means you, Osian. Hey, come on! Give me some credit, Commander! Okay, enough chatter. Let's give the Empire a battle worthy of our names as Freeblades. I've never seen Thracia gameplay knowingly. Well, you are in for a treat, because Thracia is pretty wild, pretty unhinged. Okay, map data, we'll go simple, unit window, detailed, auto cursor off, message speed, I'm gonna go to fast, game speed, go to fast, hidden data. Okay, so there's a lot of cool quality of life to the patch that I'm using, which is Little Manster, Lilmanster. Ironically named, because they renamed Manster to Munster, so calling it Little Manster is like irony. But one of the big quality of lives is Thracia has a lot of hidden information. This is what, so I'll give you a highlight, right? This is what everything looks like by default. And actually, okay, I'm gonna very quickly show off combat. I think, yeah, Eyvel's the easiest way to get it. So, this is not what I'm actually doing, but look at the combat forecast window, because one of the things that's hidden it doesn't show you the crit rate. It says level 1, level 12. It's showing off the level of the units in combat, as opposed to giving the actual crit information. Meanwhile, so the quality of life, there's 3 levels of hidden information. The first one, inventory. Now you can actually see crit rates, right? That's pretty cool. I think that's like the most basic. If you want to do a blind playthrough where you don't know any secrets and such, having it on inventory at the very least is useful. However, if we go to level 2, if you want it to be like more in line with modern Fire Emblem, how a blind playthrough of modern Fire Emblem would go, chapter 2 or level 2 for hidden data chapter shows you things like talk conversations, right? So let's say, you know, I don't think there's any talks on this map, at least from the starting 5 units, there's not. But let's say that this soldier was recruitable, but only if you had Osian. Going to level 2 would show you, Tanya talks to Osian. Yeah, but she's not here yet. She shows up a little bit later. It would show a speech bubble, and we will see that speech bubble later when, like, Tanya shows up. There's a talk in 2X as well. So those sorts of things, that's what chapter data will show. Now, anyone who's familiar with Thracia knows that Eyvel actually has 2 skills, but the game only tells you about 1. She has Adept, and she also has Miracle Plus, which is a hidden skill assigned to certain characters that stops them from ever dying. Avoids all fatal damage, nullifies enemy stabs, and status conditions. And that's because if you got poisoned, then you could get around it, so they don't let you get poisoned either. This is most notably assigned to Eyvel, but there's a couple of red units who get it in various chapters, and Tanya gets it. Why the hidden skills? Because I think they didn't want to tell you when a unit is literally immortal. Can you check growths? Yes, I believe that's a level 2 thing. So you can see the growths here. I'm just going over the options to start out, just to introduce, because there's a lot of stuff. If we go 1, is it considered? It is considered level 1. Okay. All right, the other thing from 1. So if we go to 0, all hidden data is hidden, right? Look up in the top right how it just says attack, crit, hit, avoid, range. On inventory, it shows you the attack speed and also the follow-up critical modifier, which is a unique mechanic to Fire Emblem 5 that we'll get into when I'm doing like unit reviews and stuff. What's up? Oh, yeah, her food's right here. Ooh, nope, we don't have any.
I'll bring one up.
No, there's one right, it's in there. I just meant we didn't have any cut in half. It's in that box. Do you have like a fork to cut it?
I do not.
Can you go get me a fork and a paper bowl for her? Sorry, feeding the cat. Okay, so FCM is a mechanic unique to Thracia, and normally that's hidden information. So with the sort of the quality of life on 0, it doesn't show you that. Basically how it works is when you double, your critical hit rate gets multiplied by whatever your FCM is. So I am gonna pump this all the way up to 3 because I want to show off all the hidden stuff. But for Eyvel, she has an FCM of 1, so when she doubles, her critical hit rate is just identical on the first and second attacks. Although that itself is kind of a misnomer, because Thracia actually has a cap on its critical hit for the first attack. You cannot score more than 25% crit chance for the first attack. And so what that means is if you're using like a killer weapon and you have 30 crit, on the first attack, even though it'll display it as 30, you can still only have a 25% chance to critical hit. And then on the second attack, because it's 30 multiplied by 1, it's still 30. I suspect the reason for that is to avoid like overflow of any sort. Also, because FE4 was a different screen size from FE5, I am going to have to adjust this real quick. So if you'll give me a moment, I thought that this was all working. But you see, like, the edge of the screen is kind of cut off. That's because FE4's screen was, smaller. So we'll go here, move you, go here. If I go back... Yeah, I want to have these black edges cut off. So if we go here, perfect. Move. So we'll lock that in place. Very brief adjustment. Okay, chat. We'll shrink you down a little. Boop. Is FCM Famicom points? It stands for follow-up critical modifier. And basically, it's just the follow-up critical multiplier or follow-up critical modifier. Either one. We'll unlock you. You move over here. Lock you. You move over here. There we go. Lock you. There we go. Okay. Layout has been fixed. Sorry about that. I just ported the layout from FE4 and I assumed it would be the same screen size because they're both SNES games. But they were not. Okay. So, we're still on the options menu. Still on the options menu. What are we, 30 minutes in, and I haven't even gotten past turn 1 yet. Haven't even started the unit deploys. I'm leaving this up to full. I'm also using the deployment patch, which allows you to rearrange units. Normally in Thracia, you cannot rearrange your units. They are just in the place where they end up when you deploy them. In Modern Fire Emblem, you can rearrange it. The reason Thracia doesn't do it is so it can pull some tricks, in particular with one chapter where rearranging your units kind of breaks that, and I will not be rearranging units for that chapter. However, I am going to rearrange for all the others because I can't be bothered to keep track of deployment order and stuff like that. Audio, music, sound effects, window pattern. So here's something cool, right? You can customize your window pattern. So you give it a different pattern, but then you can also change the colors, which is kind of cool. I think we'll do that. Actually, can we get the trans flag colors? Probably not. We'll just leave it like this. This looks kind of like bisexual lighting. I like it. But yeah, and then animations. We'll leave them on for now. I'll probably end up turning them off at some point just so that things go a little faster, but we'll leave them on for now just to start out. Map data, simple. Okay, so now we will dive in after 30 minutes of going over the options menu. We will dive into our unit reviews. As a disclaimer, also, apparently, chat needs to be shrunk down a little bit more. As a disclaimer, if you want to see my very in-depth thoughts about the Thracia units, I have a tier list already, where I go over every single unit in the cast, and we are becoming small. You are small beans now. There we go, perfect. Okay, let's start over just so I can have a better place to clip for the unit review compilation that will eventually go up on Ice Rider. Alright, after 30 minutes of faffing about in menus, I'm finally ready to do some unit reviews. As a quick disclaimer before we start, these reviews are going to be less in-depth than I went into in my tier list. If you want like the full breakdown of every single unit in the cast, where I go very in-depth on various strategies, various tools and weaknesses that they all have, I do have a tier list on my main channel, the Thracia, I believe it's called 7 hours of Thracia unit analysis to fall asleep to. And that is where I go really in depth. As you can tell, yeah, 7 hours. I don't have 7 hours. It is 7 hours. It is very long. It is very thorough. There's a lot to talk about with these units. The unit reviews are going to be an abbreviated portion of that, and I will be sort of engaging with chat as well. I might like forget a couple of things. I might, basically, these are not going to be the 7-hour breakdown. These are not units, they are routes. Think the Western Isles FE6. Yeah, so the poll in the corner is people are donating between A route, B route. Dryas route, August route. Just, I'm naming them after the tacticians, because each has 3 units tied to it. So, yeah. The first unit we will unit review is going to be Leif. Leif is a very interesting lord. I think he's one of the cooler from a design perspective, because his combat stats are actually pretty bad. If you look, base strength of 4, 35% strength growth. I guess I should note, stats in Thracia cap at 20. And growths are generally not too high. Like, Leif's growths are, I would say, a little bit below average for a combat unit, but they're not super terrible. The big thing that Leif brings to the table is, 1, his personal weapon, the Light Brand, which is a 1-2 range magical sword. In Thracia, magic and resistance are the same stat, so his 10% magic growth not only helps him fighting against mages, but also using the Light Brand. Because, like, that's a 12 might sword. Already with the 0 magic is going to be decent, especially when he doubles or procs Adept. But 60 durability, 1-2 range, very useful for the Manster arc, which is typically considered the most combat-intensive portion of Thracia. I think some people say it's the only time where combat matters. I disagree with that, but I do think it is the most important time to be a combat unit, and Leif is one of only 2 units who will have access to 1-2 range at that time. I guess 3 if you count Dalsin, but like hand axes suck so much. Because once you're indoors, all your mounted units who would normally use lances are sword locked. And so you do get a mage, Eyvel, although you get him partway through 4X. But Leif, having access to 1-2 range, being able to sort of, even though he doesn't have big bulk, he can fight against the fairly low-statted soldiers, and do pretty well with the Light Brand, with typically enough speed to double. Like, he's got a 40% growth. If you give him the Life Ring, which is the first stat booster that you get access to, I think it's the only one you have access to before Manster, then his bulk goes up to the point where he can fight, like, 3 or 4 enemies depending, which is pretty impressive. I don't think his combat is the greatest in the Manster arc. Like, obviously Eyvel's better than him, but arguably Fergus is as well at that time. I wouldn't say arguably, I'd say Fergus definitely is at that time, even if you don't get the Flame Sword for him. But Leif is still solid at that point. And then after you leave Manster, he kind of transitions into a support role. He can still do decent combat, but the bigger thing is that supports in Thracia are fixed, and you have them by default. So, unlike Roy, who, like, can be a support pod if you allow for grinding, and he supports some of the better units like Marcus and Alan and stuff, there is always that caveat of, like, but you have to allow for support grinding, right? Aside from the Linas, which you would get naturally. Leif, on the other hand, has all of his supports to begin with. I'm gonna pull up the Thracia 776 support chart, because I know the big one is he supports Finn, but he supports a lot of people. Okay, so he gives Finn, Eyvel, Ronan, Safi, Dalsin, Nana, Hicks, Callion, Selfina, Olwen, Linoan, Miranda, Sarah, Xavier, Asbel, and Tina 10% supports. A a support in Thracia affects hit avoid, crit, and crit avoid. So in these cases, he will make all of those units more accurate. Finn, I think, is the most impactful of them, not only because of the units listed, he's probably the best, well, the best combat-wise. Like, Safi's better, but Safi's not using that 10% hit. But also because he's notably one of the better capture bots in the game. It's like him, Dagdar, maybe a trained Orson, are the good capture bots. And being able to bolster the hit rate of capture bots, because when you're capturing, all of your stats get cut in half, so the bonus you get from skill, it's cut in half, right? If your skill stat is cut in half, then... But your support bonuses are not cut in half. So that 10% hit is still going to be impactful when going for capture. According to my research, FE4 Leif has a 7% magic growth and a 10% resistance growth. Interesting. So it is just going off of his res growth. I don't have the FE4 growths memorized offhand, so I'm just gonna take your word for it. But yeah, overall Leif, I think good at combat, transitions into a support role. Adept and his movement star kind of just serve as a reliability buffer, because hit rates in Thracia can never get above 99. So if he misses an attack that you didn't want him to miss, then there's a chance that he will proc Adept and get another chance at it, or get a movement star and get another chance at it. I don't think they're like super impactful, but they do just help with reliability. And swords are of course the best weapon type in the game. A lot of people hype up Kingmaker, and Leif does, like, for free get Kingmaker because he already starts to see swords, but it's not as PRF. It's nice to put on him if you don't have anyone else in, like, the charisma role. But yeah, Leif is cool. Oh, also, Leif will get between 0 and 2 leadership stars, depending on how many tacticians he currently has with him. Right now we have 0. He's going to get a tactician later. And we will lose and gain tacticians based on story moments. I'm not going to go into the specifics because that is kind of a story spoiler. And like I said, this isn't like a spoiler-free stream, but I don't want to like dwell and intentionally go over things that just haven't been gone over yet in the story. But at various points, he does have authority stars. Those provide a 3% hit boost, which is nice. A lot of people argue that Leif shouldn't get credit because he always has the movement stars, he's always deployed. The thing is, his movement stars get turned off if you rescue him. So they are actually tied to him. When he's in someone's saddles bags, if you have like Karen or Finn or someone rescue him, then Leif's authority stars just don't impact people. It's nice that both speed and con procs contribute to AS early on. Right, because there's con level ups in this. And is he weighed down? Yeah, he is weighed down by both Iron Sword and the Light Brand. I know he's weighed down by White Brand because it's like super heavy. But yeah, Iron Sword, that surprised me. He's a little guy, he's a tiny little guy. But yeah, that's basically all I gotta say about Leif. As if you watch the tier list, you know I can talk on and on about him, but I'm gonna try to be brief. Finn is the next one. I actually talked about Finn quite a bit in an earlier Ice Rider video, and sort of my response to some of the comments about Finn on our ongoing community tier list, but I think Finn is absolutely phenomenal. He starts out as a level 7 Lance Knight with, these are decent bases, and these are decent growths. They're not great, but they're not terrible either. I would say, you know, these are close to where you want to be for a combat unit. He has a PRF Brave Lance. He's the only unit in the game who can use this Brave Lance, and it is 70 hit. Brave, obviously, already good on its own, but because he's a mounted unit, on outdoor maps, or on outdoor portions of maps, he has 20 con. For the purposes of rescuing, which means he can capture any unmounted enemy unit unless they also have 20 con. That means that on outdoor maps, Finn is probably the best capture bot in the game. I don't think capturing is as important as some people make it out to be, but it is nice both in terms of you need it for a couple of paralogs, and also there's oftentimes like tricky enemies with good loot on them. Think the Flame Sword in Chapter 10 is the big one. But even even just like jumpstarting your economy, right? Like, these little guys don't have much worth on them, but you can sell the short lances because you never get gold in Thracia. So that's nice. Obviously on outdoor maps, having mounted movement is cool too. And having a Brave Lance is good even if you're not going for capture. Like, obviously, using Brave, a 70-hit Brave weapon that you can bolster with both Nana and Leif supports is going to lead to higher accuracy when trying to capture people. But also just for generic combat, this is a 13 might 70-hit Brave weapon. That's pretty good. You can use Javelins if you want 1-2 range, but 1-2 range is pretty bad in Thracia. I guess I should talk about Miracle. Miracle's a lot better than it is in other games. It's not as good as 4, where it's deterministic. Here it's chance-based, but it is luck times 3%. And Brave Lance giving an extra 10 luck means that if Finn caps his luck stat, which is, like, not unreasonable, he's got a 45 growth before scrolls, he could have a 30 luck stat and therefore a 90% chance for Miracle. Miracle lasts the entire round of combat. I don't think you should be relying on it, but it is sort of a reliability buffer if he's fighting a bunch of enemies who have low hit rates on him. Then Miracle can serve as, like, you know, lowering the hit rates further, which is kind of cool. I think it's simultaneously, like, over and underrated depending on who you talk to, because it is legitimately an impactful skill, but it is also still chance-based. You can never get it above 90%, and to get it to 90%, he has to have the Brave Lance equipped, which is unideal for enemy phasing, like, large groups, because you chew through that durability. So, it's a good thing, but it's not, like, a great thing. We should talk about dismounting, though, because that is sort of the biggest downside of Finn, is as a mounted unit, the end game of Thracia is 3 indoor maps in a row, and sprinkled throughout the mid game, there's a ton of indoor maps as well. And so people say, like, oh, Finn is worthless. Oh, he has a leadership star as well. Before I mention that. But a lot of people in the community tier list, so I get the idea that there's a sentiment of Finn is great on outdoor maps, but worthless on indoor maps. And I think people forget. So first off, Finn starts with D rank swords and 30 weapon experience, so he's 20 sword rank away from just getting C rank swords, which is access to almost every sword you care about. The Brave Sword is B, but I think aside from that, everything that you would reasonably want, like Rapier, Flame Sword is B also. Brave Sword and Flame Sword are B. But everything else you would reasonably want is C rank or below. Like Kingmaker is C rank, Rapier is C rank, Killer is C rank, although I don't really like Killer that much. But his dismounting penalties are not actually that harsh. Let's take a look at 8 strength, 1 magic, 8 skill, 11 speed. Actually, rather than showing them off on camera, I'm just gonna ask Oifibot so I don't do my math wrong. Because it's like 1 to 2 points in like 3 stats. FE5 Finn. So he loses 1 point of strength, 1 point of skill, 2 points of speed, and 1 point of defense. That's almost nothing. And he gets to use swords, which are the best weapon type in the game. The biggest downside of dismounting is you lose a flat 3 movement. Which means that dismounted mounted units will have lower move than the equivalent infantry. Well, Eyvel's cheating. So Osian is an unpromoted unit. He has 6 move as an infantry. Finn is an unpromoted unit. He has 8 move as an infantry, but when dismounted, he will have 5 move. That's on par with armors. As a promoted unit, he'll have 6 as an infantry, and promoted infantry typically have 7. Again, it depends, it varies. Do Osian's personal weapons give him 10 luck? Osian's personal weapons certainly do fucking something. We'll get to that when we get to that. But Osian also has a very good personal weapon. But yeah, the reason that I don't deploy Finn on indoor maps most of the time is the fatigue system. Because I still think he's quite good on indoor maps. He gives a leadership star, he has decent combat with swords. The only downside is that he has lower movement than your infantry, but like, dismounted Finn has better stats than Shiva at at base, and Shiva is a unit who is like, supposedly, according to Shiva's biggest fans, the good combat sword infantry. I would argue he is not, but we'll get to that. But yeah, Dismounted Finn is not bad at combat. It's just that if you have a unit who is better outdoors than indoors, thanks to the fatigue system, you need to take some maps off anyway. And so typically the really strong infantry I undeploy on outdoor maps, and the really strong cavalry I undeploy on indoor maps, because I want people to play towards their strengths. In a similar vein, Safi is a great staffing unit, but on maps where I don't need to warp skip, I'm going to undeploy Safi. And that doesn't mean that Safi is bad on maps where you don't need to warp skip. She can still click the heal staff button as good as anyone else, but I'm letting units, you want to rotate units out to play towards their strengths. And so I don't think Finn being worse indoors is the death knell that his detractors say. In fact, I think he's a pretty good deploy for final if you're, like, you get a lot of slots on final. And he adds leadership stars and has decent combat. Yeah. Isn't the good sword combat unit infantry Merida? Merida is quite good. Well, okay, Merida is good at combat, both at base and in terms of when you train her. We'll talk about Merida when we get to her. But I think Shiva is the one that people hype up because of his bases, whereas Merida gets hyped because of her growths. I guess when highlighting units growth, I should talk about scrolls. A lot of people say that growths don't matter in Thracia because you can just put scrolls on anyone. And like to an extent that's true. You can fix bad growths kind of with scrolls, but the scrolls get given to you throughout the game. You don't like have them to start, and a unit with good growths gets better growths with scrolls, right? Like you can put all the scrolls on Shannam in order to make up for his bad growths, or you could put all the scrolls on someone who already has good growths and get them even better. So I don't really buy that argument, but I do think her personal weapon and skills, yeah, Merida has a lot going for her. But yeah, don't buy the idea that like scrolls makes base stats and growths irrelevant. They just allow for more flexibility than other games. You have more ways to fix units, but at the same time, what a unit starts out with does matter. Or what a unit gets on chapter 1 does matter, because Osian, on the face of it, doesn't look too special. He's an axe unit. Axes are... There's this narrative that, like, axes are good in Thracia. I think it's that the Brave Axe and the Voog, or Poochie, are good. I don't actually think axes as a weapon type are particularly good. Iron Axe has 65 hit, which is very tragic in a 1RN game. The Hand Axe, which is, like, the 1-2 range spam weapon, has 45 hit. So if you want to have like a bulky axe unit, I mean, Osian's not exactly a bulky axe unit at base, 25% defense growth, 4 defense, 27 HP, 85% HP growth, that is actually good. But if you want to have like a bulky axe unit, 1-2 range, be prepared to hear the Mario Party miss sound effect a bunch. That being said, Osian is built to try to take advantage of enemy phase. He has the Wrath skill, which means that on enemy phase, he's always going to crit. This does not combo with Vantage. I think Kaga was a Vantage Wrath Arthur believer because Vantage negates Wrath in this game. If you have Vantage equipped, then you will not ever proc Wrath unless the enemy also has Vantage. There's some complicated stuff where like if both player and enemy have Vantage, then whoever initiated actually goes first, and then in that situation you would have Wrath, but you wouldn't go first. So Wrath isn't based on enemy phase, it's based on who goes first. This also means that if you attack an enemy who vantages you on player phase, you will Wrath them. Technically speaking, Vantage acts like you initiated combat, so Wrath wouldn't work. Yeah, exactly. I think I explained the double Vantage thing wrong. How it works is if you attack someone who has Vantage, their Vantage works and yours doesn't. So that's when you can Wrath them if you have Vantage Wrath. So if you attack someone who has Vantage, then you get Wrath. Correct me in chat if I'm wrong. I might be either phrasing that wrong or just straight up not understanding it right. Because it's a really weird interaction that almost never comes up, except for, like, there's enemy berserkers who have Wrath, because Wrath is a class skill of Berserker. And if you have someone with advantage try to fight them on enemy phase, they just get wrathed to death, which is very funny, but it doesn't really benefit you. And then, like, I guess enemy rogues, if you fight Parn, then, like, he has advantage. I don't know, there's some weird stuff you could do. Have you explained FCM yet? Yes, I have. I explained it earlier. Rewind the stream if you haven't. I guess we can go over it again on Osian. FCM is a multiplier. It's follow-up critical multiplier or follow-up critical modifier, depending on who you ask. Basically, when you're doubling, it is multiplied by... So when you're doubling, your first crit rate is unmodified asterisk. You can never score above 25% on your first attack. Even if you have higher crit than that, your crit chance will always be 25%. But the second one is multiplied by your FCM. So Osian having an FCM of 3 means that if he has, let's say he has 20% crit rate, right? On his first attack, it'll be 20. On his second attack, it'll be 60. If he has 30% crit rate, on his first attack, it's 25. On his second attack, it's 90. Crit is really fucking weird in this game. Crits don't also, I guess I didn't explain how crits work in this game, because they're not just 3 times damage. Crits work the same way as in FE4. So they double your, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they double your attack total before factoring in the enemy defense. So what that means is you can potentially have, like, you're facing an Armor Knight who has really high defense. This guy right here, he's got 14 defense, right? Osian, with the Iron Axe, only has 15 attack. So he deals 1 damage to that guy with 14 defense. However, with a critical hit, he gets 30 attack, so he'll deal 16 damage. Typically, Thracia crits are significantly stronger than the traditional 3 times crits. There are exceptions if you're facing a very, very low bulk enemy. Like, if you're facing someone who has 0 defense, then it's gonna be weaker, right? Because you'd be dealing 15, it gets multiplied by 2 before subtracting 0, then it's 30. But if you're critical hitting someone who has 0 defense, you probably kill regardless of the crit formula. So I think this is almost exclusively an upside. The only reason I say almost is because I'm sure if I say it's always an upside, someone will point to, like, the secret enemy Bluefus Blawfish, who exists in chapter 29, actually has a skill that makes it so that I don't fucking care. They're basically always better. Important note, Thrones and Gates. Oh, right! I forgot how stupid Thrones and Gates are here! 10 defense. Does not affect resistance, by the way. 10 defense, 30 avoid. Binding Blade wishes it had Gates and Thrones this strong. So Osian's actually dealing 0 to that guy, and then with a critical hit, he would deal, 24. He deals 6. So he goes from 0 to 6, right? So that's infinite multiplication. Jesus Christ, for sitting on a chair. Well, he's sitting on a gate, actually. And houses give 1 defense. It's really dumb. This is part of why magic is good. This is part of why the light brand is good, right? Or maybe another magical sword. But yeah, so Osian, Wrath, good for enemy phasing with 1-2 range. Unfortunately, the hand axe, not very good for 1-2 range. Fortunately for Osian, he does have another special tool. He has the Vogue or Pooji. This is probably the best axe in the game. Like, it's that or the Brave Axe. FE5. I'm just gonna say Pooji because I can spell that easier. So, it has 10 might, 80 hit, 9 weight, which is unfortunate. Like, it will weigh him down. No, it doesn't. I forgot. He's also bulky. So no, 9 weight doesn't matter. But yeah, 10 hit, 10 might, 80 hit, 1-2 range, 60 use axe. Osian is basically the only physical unit who can 1-2 range, and reliably hit stuff, which is pretty cool. Now, Wrath obviously means that on enemy phase, he gets to auto-crit. However, on player phase, he can also basically auto-crit because the Voog has a built-in 30 crit, which means before any other modifiers, his second attack has a 90% crit chance. Now, of course, he already gets a natural crit bonus of 7 from his skill, and then he's standing next to, I think it's Eyvel is currently the one offering him that 10% boost. Let me pull up the support chart real quick to make sure. The big thing is that Tanya gives him supports, because she's around for the entire game. FE5 support chart. So you can get it to a 100% hit. Yeah, that's a big spiderweb chart. You can get it to a 100% hit. Halvan is a good frontline infantry. We'll talk about Halvan when we get to Halvan. But yeah. Voog basically lets him auto-crit whether it's player phase or enemy phase. Lets him 1-2 range with an actually accurate weapon. So he's pretty incredible on that account. Now, I do think that people often oversell Osian based on the Pooji. I often wonder how perception of Osian by the community would differ if the Vogue didn't start out with the funny name, the Pooji. Because it is a funny name. Like, it became a meme because it sounds funny, right? And it is an incredibly strong weapon. But it is also only 60 durability. You can get a second one with the Thief Staff if you go B route, or you can repair it with the Hammer'n Staff. But I think a enemy phase unit who, like, 60 durability is a lot, you know, much like with the Brave Lance. You can have it for a good portion of the game and use it for a lot of challenges. But it can't be your exclusive weapon, and once it breaks, you are stuck either relying on, you know, the other kind of bad axes or your sword rank, because he promotes to a hero. And I think once he promotes, like if the Pooji carries him far enough that he can promote and start using swords, then he is still a pretty good, I mean more than pretty good, he's still a good combat unit with swords, with Wrath, with an FCM of 3 that you can use to, maybe not with the Pooji, but like, you know, Killer Edge if you train up sword rank, or even just like multiply a support from Tanya from 10 to 30, which is a meaningful increase. It's not an auto crit, but it is still good. He starts with E-Swords. Yeah, he starts with E-Swords. Weapon rank is like slow to build in this game as well. I believe you can only get 1 per combat, right? It's not even like FE6 rules where you get 1 per hit. So that's unfortunate. If you focus in or like early promote him, I actually think he's a very good candidate for one of the early Master Seals if you want to use him long term, just so you can start building that sword rank early on. It also buffs his combat with the Pooji before the Pooji breaks, which is nice. I didn't talk about it with Finn, because he's also a good candidate for an early Master Seal. Although I honestly don't think I usually give it to him, because he is good enough without it. And there's not really anything he's building towards. I guess it just makes the captures, like the annoying captures in Chapter 8 and Chapter 11, or Chapter 12, less annoying. I think the first Master Seal, 90% of the time, is either Asbel or Orson. I think Asbel or Lithis are pretty good candidates. Lithis just because it ups his con. Lets him steal some stuff that he wouldn't otherwise. I tend not to Master Seal Sin because you said it, he's good enough for that. Yeah, like it's a point in his favor. I do think if you give it to him, it does significantly improve those 2 very, very sketchy captures. But I don't think it's as necessary. And to be clear, it's not necessary for anyone. Like, Osian will still be fine without it for the mid-game, but I find that Osian falls off in the mid-game, or in the late game, if he didn't have the opportunity to start training his sword rank in the mid-game. We might do an early Osian Seal, just because I want to show off his sword combat. Since so much of the focus is on the Pooji, there's, you know, the detractors are, well, once it breaks, he's worthless. And then the hypers are like, it's the best weapon ever. Which it's one of the best weapons. It's certainly in contention for the best axe. Like a killer hand axe on its own sounds really cool. Although the 30 crit is really only, in my opinion, good for the FCM. Because if you're enemy facing, he always crits anyway, right? I think the big thing about it is 80 hit. 80 hit is a lot. Like, it's better than the iron variant of the weapon he gets. It's better than an iron sword. It's better than an iron sword. So like, accuracy is king in Thracia, and the Voog is very accurate. 11 Con is also noteworthy because on indoor maps, there are some notable captures on indoor maps. Trude is a big one, and even just like people who have good items. A base con of 11 with a 25% growth, it's not Marty levels, but since he has an actual accurate weapon, Osian is a pretty decent capture bot indoors. Now, I think Dagdar, a unit we'll get later, is better at that role, but like, oh no, this unit is worse at something than Dagdar, unusable trash. Dagdar's very fucking good. Being like second to Dagdar in an important role does not make you bad. Like, it's still something he can do if Dagdar's fatigued, if Dagdar dies in an Iron Man scenario, if you just aren't, if Dagdar's not in the, like, if he's needed on another part of the map, there's plenty of other things that Osian can do, or there's plenty of other, like, there's plenty of times where Osian being second best at it can come up. Maybe not second best, but like, you know, he's a contender. And now Halvan. I think Halvan's a unit who gets shit on a bit too much. I do think he's a step down from Osian. If you look at my 7-hour-long tier list, I put him in like low C tier and Osian in mid B tier, so there is a big gap between them, and I do think most of that gap is the Vouge. But Halvan has his own stuff going for him. He starts with a higher axe rank than Osian, but not by a significant amount. Like, Osian's 10 combats from using the Brave Axe, and he can use his PRF for those 10 combats. Whereas Halvan's like, you know, D plus 10, right? So that's pretty cool. His stats are also mostly better than Osian's. His growths are like, whatever, they're comparable. These are fine growths. Higher con, I guess, like, if you want to use the Brave Axe to capture, he's better at it than Osian. So yeah, maybe what I said about Osian capturing indoors was just a lie and I'm a fraud. But then he has the other half of the Vantage Wrath duo. You can do like some cute stuff with hammers against armor knights or halberds against horse units. The thing is that those weapons have pretty low accuracy. In general, for Vantage strategies, you want to make sure you're one-shotting the enemy with 100% accuracy, because, well, I guess in this case, you don't have to be low HP for it, but there's not really a point to initiating combat first if you get hit by the enemy anyway. So I tend to think that the Halvan Vantage stuff it's cute and it can come in handy on some like specific niche enemy formations, but then sometimes he just goes, whoops, I missed and got hit by an attack anyway. I guess it can sort of, in the same way Adept serves as a reliability buffer, it can be like a bulk buffer where he can fight like 10 enemies and he'll Vantage kill enough of them that he only gets hit by like 3 or 4 attacks and he survives 3 or 4 attacks, but he would have died to 10 attacks. Like, that can come up. He's also reasonably bulky, like 5 defense on a 30% growth, 80% HP. Yeah, you know, he's a little bit bulkier than Osian. Having 4 FCM, but the killer axe is being practically non-existent. Yeah, that's the other thing. I didn't even mention his FCM. He does have 4, which like makes you think, oh, you know, what are his supports? Well, he gets Eyvel, so he can take advantage of them for Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 2X, and Chapter 3. And after that, I guess Endgame? Endgame Halvan, let's go. And then, okay, well, what if I give him a high crit weapon? As Aggro Incarnate said in chat, the Killer Axe comes super late. You have to capture it. What is the first Killer Axe? It's like Chapter 15 or something, right? Now you could, of course, promote him early and train him up to use the Killing Edge, similar to what I said with Osian. But that requires, like, early promoting Halvan, which I feel like is more of an axe than Osian, because Osian kind of, like, still does work in the early game with Vouge and stuff. 14X. Okay, 14X, the map that I usually skip. I hate that map so much. We'll play it here because I want to show off everything, but God, it's atrocious. God, that's like more than halfway through the game. That's actually so late. It sounds relatively early, but most of the guidance are front-loaded. So like, God, that's so late. That's so late. I sense a potential warp skip. You would be incorrect because 14x is, well, if you want the rewards, which is the reason to go to 14x, it's really not warp skippable. It's an escape map. But yeah, Halvan, like, I do think that he's a significant step down from Osian. But I've seen some people say like Osian S tier, Halvan C or D tier. And that to me feels kind of wild. He has stuff he can do. He's just generally the stuff he does is less impressive than Osian's. I guess I should talk about like, so each of these houses are Osian and Halvan's houses. They get axes from them. I think this is Halvan's, right? And Osian gets the Puji, his personal weapon from here. Halvan gets the Brave Axe, but the Brave Axe is not his personal. It's just a D rank axe. No, the Halvan one is further over. Oh, is Halvan this one all the way over here? So if Halvan visits this house, you get the Brave Axe. But unfortunately for him, and fortunately for Dagdar, it is not a PRF. Anyone with D-ranked axes can use it, which is such a low bar. It's very sad. Speaking of sad, here's Eyvel. There is a story spoiler thing associated with her. I mean, actually quite a lot. She's pretty involved in the story. I'm gonna avoid the endgame one, just in case anyone here is tuning in to experience the story for the first time. But it's impossible to avoid talking about the Chapter 3 and Chapter 5 spoilers. So if you really care about the story, you know, tune out for like 10 minutes, come back. Eyvel is, as we pointed out with the hidden skills, literally immortal. She can still be captured, and her con is only 8, so there might be some units who can capture her, like the boss. No one else on this map has enough con to capture her, but she's basically never gonna, like, because the thing is, if they're capturing her, they cut their skill in half against someone with 20 speed, so good luck hitting. I've seen it happen in Chapter 5, but she is your Jagan. She does a bunch of really overkill combat. She has Adept, she has 8 movement, despite the fact she should only have 7 as a promoted infantry unit. She can use the Flame Sword, which is magic, which is like the best way to deal with the Armor Knights. And even with her like shitty Iron Blade with only 55 hit, like because she has 18 skill, her hit rate's not terrible. Like look, she's got 117, although part of that is from supports. Pretty fucking good unit. They take her away from you in Chapter 3, at the end of Chapter 3. And then you get her back temporarily to help protect Nana in Chapter 5 before she gets yoinked away and only given to you at the end of the game. She does have an Authority Star, which is cool. She matches up pretty poorly into the endgame enemies, but not like so poorly that if you're in a like bad situation or just want to deploy her for, you know, story reasons, she can still do stuff. She gives 3 hit to everyone. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about her because of that. The fact that she is literally immortal does mean that you can just throw her at every single problem you have in these first 3 chapters, or these first 4 chapters. But these chapters are also pretty easy. Enemies in Thracia in general are pretty weak. Like, the random stats go wild, so like, they will have pretty wild varying stats from each other, but these are not threatening foes. And she's not good at like helping set up kills for people because she doubles everything. She has high crit rate. And that's if she needs a crit to kill. She can capture because like she does have con. And you could be like, okay, well, you know, maybe we'll crit to capture or whatever, but since it cuts her skill then she only has like a low chance to crit, which is pretty unfortunate. I guess you can use capture to intentionally set up kills for others. But in terms of being the Jagan, on the scale from like Seth deletes everything to Marcus helps you set up kills, she's definitely on the deletes everything side of the spectrum in a game that, like, it is probably a little bit harder than Sacred Stones. But the Seth comparison also doesn't really hold water because, like, part of Seth's deal also is everyone around him sucks so much ass. Whereas, like, we have Finn, we have Osian and Halvan who, like, still do okay. Honestly, even Leif is, like, especially since you want to train him up, like, not bad at doing combat. And then we're about to get one more good combat unit as well. So it feels like I was gonna say a little bit overkill. It feels a lot overkill. Most bandits have enough con for her not to be able to capture it. Yeah, that too. The community tier list. So on my own tier list, I just put her in the untiered zone because I feel like you could make a good argument for putting her literally anywhere. You know, if you want to say availability doesn't matter, well then she's invincible. That's S tier. On the other hand, you could put her in F tier because, like, she doesn't really do anything to help you beat the game. If you care about turn counts, though, she is actually very important because she's the fastest way to, like, LTC these first 3 maps, right? So it just becomes like a whole mess. And as far as I'm concerned, like, there is no wrong placement for Eyvel, and by that regard, there's no right one. I think the community put her in C, which, like, feels fine, just in regards of, like, yeah, you can delete these maps, but they're easy. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about her. She's a cool character in the story, so I'm excited for that portion of it. Let's fucking go! An hour and 12 minutes in. Let's start the map. I'm just gonna put a marker here for the eventual unit review compilation. So most people like to immediately send Osian to get the Voog. I'm gonna have him do combat normally, and we'll go get the Voog at the end of the map. Because if you send him over here, he kind of just, like, can't do anything for the rest of the map. He's stuck, like, walking back the whole time. And I do at least want him to, like, maybe do a little bit or whatever. I guess we could... Here, if we go here... Yeah, I'll send him over here. Fuck it. I'm so indecisive now. Okay, item, equip. I do want to capture some of these soldiers just so that Finn can, like, do mounted combat without needing to use the Brave Lance. Yeah, we'll go up here. Choose your path, Western YouTuber. Okay, going for Leif. I still can't go over how long those maps are. Oh, FE4? I mean, yeah, but also they're, you know, there's only 11 of them. Well, 12 if you got prologue. Alright, I don't actually really care about the short bow, so we can have 17. Okay, you go here. Few 14 to 4 defense. Sorry, that's 14 HP. So 6, knock you down to 11. If you go for a capture, that is 12, 8. Okay, we'll have Osian and Halvan team up to capture this soldier. No, we will not. Okay. "12 versus 3, 9. Okay, just don't adept. Just don't adept, Leif. Please don't adept. Perfect. Okay. Oh, sick, the movement star. Okay, awesome. This is where that whole, like, movement star as a reliability buffer thing comes in. Because since Osian missed, Leif getting a movement star means we do get that extra action we wouldn't otherwise. Alright, so we'll grab the Short Lance. Short Lance is functionally just an Iron Lance with fewer uses. I think it's there specifically... Oh! I think it's there specifically so that you can't just, like, capture a bunch of iron weapons. Just don't add up. Flashbacks to try to capture the Chapter 10 boss. Oh, I should probably talk about, like, since you mentioned the trying to capture the chapter 10 boss. So in FE4, because you could save every turn, I was kind of willy-nilly with just using Kaga's turn wheel, as I called it. Here, what I'm going to do is that for the most part, I'm going to allow for one save state per map, just because I value my time. However, on larger maps, whatever I determine to be larger, I will allow for 2. I think that's typically going to be like, once we beat Tara, every map will be 2. Maybe 2. No, I don't think Tara is big enough for 2. But yeah, once we beat Tara, which is 14, every map will be 2 save states per. So, and the reason for that is just I value my time. And I don't want to have to reset hours of progress or whatever. Especially since, like, with voicing everything and animations on for y'all, it's gonna be longer than a typical playthrough would. Papa, the fighting started already! Ain't no good way to go about this damn battle. Don't matter how good Eyvel is. Only one of her, no more dozen than him. We need to hurry. No, for crying out loud. Not again. The reinforcements have arrived. So, I mentioned during the unit review for Eyvel that we're going to be getting a good unit. So of course, let's talk about Tanya. Oh, Tanya. Oh, Tanya. So, in most Fire Emblem games, I feel like bows, more than anything, wildly vary. In some Fire Emblem games, they are like the best weapon, and in others, they are like the worst weapon. I feel like Fates is the only game where they're not in either category, and that's just because of how good hidden weapons are. In Thracia, unfortunately, bows drew the short straw in a lot of ways. So enemies are, as I pointed out, not particularly tough, so being able to chip without counter isn't actually a big deal, which means that not being able to enemy phase is a bigger detriment than not facing a counter on player phase. But as if to add insult to injury, bows have very low might and hit compared to other weapons. You'll notice the 65 hit on the iron bow is equivalent to the iron axe at 65. However, it's 2 less might because the iron axe has 9 might and it has 7 might. If we compare to the iron sword, it is 1 more might than the iron sword, but less hit, which is pretty unfortunate. I believe that when scaling to, like, steel and silver, the weapons don't actually scale evenly with each other. So if I recall correctly, the steel bow is, like, it gets a little bit more of a glow up than the steel sword does, but it might be the other way around. The steel sword might get a better one. Bows have less hit. Yeah, bows have less hit than swords. They're on axe hit. They're also relatively heavy, like 6 weight. On a unit with 4 con, she's getting weighed down by 2. Which means she's only got 8 AS. That's pretty unfortunate. She has 2 FCM, and she does actually have a couple of supports. She gets supports from Osian and Dagdar. Oh no, rather, she gives supports to Osian and Dagdar. She gets it from Osian. I believe Osian's actually the only one she gets it from, yeah. So she can, like, multiply 10 crit to 20. But, like, it's still not like that much damage. I should mention the funny strat. So I tend not to account for this when, like, tiering units or whatever, but it is always worth noting. This guy studied in the school of Fire Emblem 1, and so he only has a 1-range weapon. You can use broken weapons in this game, so you can just constantly fire a broken bow, and misses give you chip experience, which is a lot. Tanya can cap her level on Chapter 1, The question is then what the fuck are you doing with it? Because her stats are still not very good, and now you broke her iron bow. Like, okay, 35% strength, boo. 70% speed is nice. She can double stuff a lot, but like, you know, 2 times 0 is still 0. I guess you get to make use of that FCM. Yeah, basically speed and luck are really her only good growths. Like, HP of 60% is not particularly good for HP. Granted, like, having bad defense and HP on an archer doesn't really matter because, you know, what is she enemy phasing, right? Other archers, I guess. But yeah, she's really just not particularly good. I think her best quality is that she gives supports to Osian and Dagdar. And Osian and Dagdar are quite good infantry units. If you're doing an indoor map where you're making use of both of them, like, and you have a spare deployment slot because you're, like, trying to cycle out someone's fatigue or whatever, then Tanya's not a terrible, like, 8th deploy, 12th deploy, whatever your final deploy slot is. No res can't kill mages. Yeah, magic functions as res in this game. I think I mentioned that earlier, but in case you didn't, don't worry, we'll talk about Ronan when we get to Ronan. But yeah, so I think that, like, she's one of the it's funny because she's joins in chapter 1, and I feel like Fire Emblem fans are often hesitant to put units with perfect availability low on a tier list or even just say they're bad units. But in the case of Tanya, she really doesn't have much going for her. The biggest thing, again, like, she supports 2 good units, so sometimes if you deploy her just to be a filler when you have an extra slot, she can be helpful. Give her the Aphis drops. You could scroll her up, like, but if I say you could scroll them up for every single unit, we'll be here all day, right? Yeah, these growths are not particularly good, and, would you believe there's an archer with even worse growths who joins in the next chapter? Yeah, it's not really much else to say about Tanya. Like, bows kind of suck in this game. The only good bow is the Brave Bow, which is B rank, and it's good not only because it's brave, but also it has really high accuracy. I think it's 70% or 80% hit. FE5 Brave Bow. Holy shit, it's 95% hit? What the fuck? Yeah, so the Brave Bow is good. Unfortunately, it's B rank, and, I guess, again, if you do the cheese strat, maybe she'll hit B rank eventually. Hilariously also, about the FCM of 2, hilariously, the Killer Bow is B rank also. Ranks are really weird in this, but yeah, Killer Bow, FE5 Killer Bow. Oh, I should spell killer right. But the Killer Bow is also B rank. Brave Bow's 14 might 95 hit, Killer Bow's 11 might 70 hit, 30 crit. But yeah, why are early archers so bad in so many games? It's mostly just the Game Boy Advance games, of which I'm counting Path of Radiance. And in part, it's because, like, bows in those games are not particularly good. Although, like, Walt is mostly because his stats suck. As we're seeing in MBAD, if Walt started with good stats, he would be, like, one of the best units ever. Because Leonardo, just, like, by virtue of having the Radiant Dawn stat inflation moment, ends up so dominant. Yeah, not much else to say about Tanya, though. She's a bad unit. You can do worse, but not much worse. She's a support bot. Like, oh, I guess I should also say, because if I don't, someone will bring it up. If you kill her off or get her captured in chapter 1, 2, 2X, or 3, then you miss access to chapter 8X, which is the chapter where Tanya and Dagdar get re-recruited. However, Dagdar still joins you. Normally, if you miss 8X, you miss Dagdar. But by skipping it, by having Tanya get killed, you get to retain Dagdar while skipping 8X. 8X is one of the more difficult maps out there. Not because the map itself is hard, but because the boss is bullshit, especially if you don't have, like, a trained up Eyvel or whatever. So some people say, like, you should just kill Tanya off so you can skip that map. And if that's how you want to play, that's fair. However, that map also contains some very good loot. You get the leg ring, which is the boot equivalent. And not only is, like, you know, obviously extra movement good, but leg ring can open up some strategies on the upcoming difficult maps if you give it to Karen, which is really nice. You get the Wrath manual, which we went over with Osian, why Wrath is good, but you can put that on another enemy phase Juggernaut, which is really nice. You get a scroll, I forget which one, it's the Con Scroll, I think. But scrolls are basically iron ruins that change your growths when you have them in your inventory. And are those the three I think those are the three big pieces of treasure. I'm sure there's others. FE5, Chapter 8X. Dagdar's Manor. Okay, you get a hammer, you get the Near Scroll, you get the Devil Axe. Oh, you get Pure Water, which sounds bad, but Pure Water is actually really good in this because it boosts your magic stat. So you give it to mages and they get better offense and defense. So Pure Water, like, it's not as good as getting a scroll and getting the boots and whatnot, but it's actually a really high value item, I would say. So I personally would not recommend skipping 8X. If you want to do so, the easiest thing to do is just have Tanya trade away her weapons. You can get captured if you have no weapons. Let her get captured, and then you don't have to play that map. But I don't think that map is particularly difficult. The boss is a pain in the ass, but if you have Eyvel, so he doesn't have any 1-2 range. He has an axe and a bow. So if you just, like, abuse rescue dropping, you can always have Eyvel safely chip at him. And then it's fine. Is Pure Water necessary to status staff certain late game enemies? So I believe you need to either Pure Water or Barrier Staff. Well, I guess it's ensorcel in this game, but it's functionally the Barrier Staff. It works the same way as Pure Water. So you don't need the Pure Water for statusing late game enemies, and it's usually better to do it with the ensorcel staff, because that's action economy. But it is still a very good item. Skipping 8X is mostly a ranked play thing. Oh, definitely. I should clarify. These, like, unit reviews and my tier lists and all that sort of stuff, it's not LTC, it's not ranked play, it's not meant to be anything that, reflects, like, a special challenge run, whether it's an official one encouraged by the game, like ranked, or an unofficial one, like LTC or Iron Man or stuff like that. I look at these units purely from the perspective of all I want to do is beat the game. How does this unit help me solve problems? Like, you know, this game, it has a bunch of problems it wants me to solve. Like, how do I kill Wiseman? How do I get this soldier off of this house? How do I capture this guy to get his bow? Who can help me solve problems in what way? And the problems Tanya solves is sometimes your axe units, Osian and Dagdar, have lower hit rates than you would like. And that's basically the only problem she solves. Like, her combat's just not very good. I guess you can do chip sometimes a little bit. It's whatever. Speaking of giving Dagdar extra hit, though, let's talk about him. This guy, just looking at his stats, like, do I really need to explain why this character is good? 14 strength, 10 defense, 43 HP. The only stat that he's got really bad is magic and luck. Luck is pretty unfortunate, but you can just use a scroll. Scrolls give you crit immunity, it's whatever. The magic is, at different points of the game, irrelevant and devastating. This unit is a Jagan who falls off not because, like, oh, his growths are bad, so he won't keep up. His bases are good enough that he can face every physical enemy as you go into the end game. But FE5 takes a page out of FE4's book, and magic, which is functionally resistance, becomes the most important stat moving forward because you face off against things like mages, in particular like bolting mages and stuff, but even regular mages who will just shred him because he has no magical defense. They tear through his HP, especially because he has a cost. So a cost is no longer a chance-based skill. It is guaranteed. If you have a higher AS and HP than the enemy, there will always be 2 rounds of combat instead of 1. This is usually beneficial because if you have higher HP than the enemy, it usually means you're not in danger of dying. And higher AS is like, you know, it's a qualifier or whatever. The unfortunate thing is that against Siege Tomes and Ballistas, they will attack him. Because he has higher speed than him, because they're weighed down by heavy Siege Tomes and heavy Ballistas, and because he has higher HP than them, they just get 2 free attacks on him. So on any map with Ballistas, on the one hand, Dagdar is very good at soaking them up, because he is relatively bulky, 10 defense, 43 HP. If you want to drain the Ballistas, Dagdar's good at that job. If you're trying to push forward, then Dagdar's gonna get pelted by ballista after ballista after ballista, and it's just gonna tear through him. On maps with Siege Tomes, Dagdar is dead. He will get hit by bolting twice. He will get hit by meteor twice. He'll get hit by blizzard, fender, all that stuff twice. And it just destroys him. And so while his stats are still perfectly suited to deal with physical enemies, as more and more magical enemies, and especially long-range magical enemies come up, he can't keep up. Dark Sorcerers in the late game demolish him. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. He's a Jagan in the game with 20 stat points, so he can sneak away with these abhorrent growths. I mean, I would say even if the caps were a little bit higher, just enemies don't even come close to pushing those caps. His growths are not what make him fall off, it's just the enemy layout changing. He has A rank axes, which is so A rank axes is funny because the highest rank axe in the game is B. So A rank doesn't do anything. That's more relevant for Ralph because Ralph starts out close to B rank axes, so he can use every axe very soon. E rank bows is like, it's unfortunate because the main bow you want to use is the Brave Bow. I know some people like handing the archer's bows to Dagdar, and it does give him a ranged option. And it is a more accurate ranged option than hand axe, but it's still a bow. So it's nice, but I don't think it's like, I don't think it's the be-all end-all. It's more of an insult to Ronan and Tanya than it is a compliment to Dagdar. Unfortunately, he's just too far away from Brave Bow to be relevant. Selfina can use the Brave Bow, and she's basically it's almost her PRF, because she's the only bow unit with a bow rank even close. Well, I guess Xavier. What's Xavier's starting bow rank, actually? It doesn't matter, because, like, it's Xavier, but I'm curious now. FE5 Xavier. Yeah, Xavier can use the bow. Okay. So Xavier and Selfina are the honorary Brave Bow users. Xavier can use it at base. Dagdar really is the best sniper in the game with E-rank bows. Yeah. I mean, he's probably better at using the bow than, like, Tanya and Ronan are, but... Oh god, he has higher skill than his daughter. Yeah, he'll have a better hit rate with the bow than her, but if you're using him for bow stuff, it is a little bit of a waste. Yeah, Dagdar's pretty cool. One of the better units in the game. Yes, he falls off, but, like, he's good for a long time. And now we have the Marty party. Funniest stat spread ever. 9 strength, 0 magic, 0 skill, 0 speed, 6 lux, 6 defense, and 15 constitution. I guess I haven't... This does also apply to Halvan and Osian, so retroactively add this demerit to them, but having high constitution is actually a pretty big detriment. It's an upside when it comes to capturing, but it's a downside in terms of being rescued yourself. So, Finn as a mounted unit counts as 20 con when rescuing people, right? I'm gonna use Rewind, but I want to demonstrate something. When he rescues Tanya, all of his stats except for luck, con, and movement get cut in half. However, when he rescues Marty, because Marty has more than 10 constitution, movement is also cut in half. If a unit has more constitution than half of your aid, then your move gets cut in half when rescuing them. So for Eyvel, anyone who has more than 4 constitution, cut in half. Or I think it's half or more. Thracia heads, tell me in the chat, is it more than half or more? Either way, if you're at 10 or above, suddenly you weigh down flyers and make it harder to be like rescued around, which is relevant for like, obviously if you're trying to do something that's really fast. So like LTCs and stuff. But also, even in just a casual playthrough, escape maps where you're chased down by scary foes, or just objectives you want to get to quickly because like a brigand could burn down a village or something. So that's pretty unfortunate. He also has a 75% con growth, so he's gonna hit 20 con and then be unrescuable. Which is pretty sad. His other growths are also like, aside from HP, he has no good growths. He's the big strength guy, and he has 15% strength growth. Granted, these growths are better than Dagdar's, which I had someone say like, oh, you know, Marty's growths are worse than Dagdar's it's not today, it's yesterday's poll was Marty, right? Yeah, someone was like, Marty's growths are worse than Dagdar's. No, they're not. He's actually strictly better than Dagdar in every single growth, except for magic where they're tied. But these are still bad growths. Now Marty does have something very funny as a reward for training him, and that is his promotion bonuses. So promotion bonuses in Thracia are kind of cracked. Marty in particular gets 5 skill and 3 speed. He also gets 3 strength, 1 magic, and 3 defense, and 1 con if he hasn't capped it by then, which like, come on. But yeah, the 0 skill guy suddenly gets like a major glow up in skill and speed. It's not enough like to make him fast or whatever, but I think the Marty's one of the worst units in the game. The biggest thing that he can contribute is in these early chapters, he can help take drop people. If you've captured foes, he can take drop, like you saw me do with Finn earlier. Because you do still need to take drop the enemies away so that you're not getting rescue penalties. So that's a cool thing he can do because he has really high con. In my tier list, I mistakenly, like, gave him credit for that over Halvan. But, actually, no. There is not a single enemy in the early game that's gonna have enough con that Halvan cannot take drop him. So that's mea culpa. Like, that guy over there, that's surprisingly heavy. 9 con. The boss is 10 con. So mea culpa, like, Marty is not better at take dropping than Halvan. He's worse in everything else than Halvan is, so, like, I mean, he's bad. He's bad. Also, I guess worth noting, because people say, like, oh, you know, Marty can at least capture. And, like, I guess technically one of the benefits to 0 skill is that when you get your stats cut in half, 0 divided by 2 is still 0. So he doesn't actually lose any hit when going for captures, but, yeah, I don't think that's the benefit people are gassing it up to be. Remember, Iron Axe has 65% hit, and unlike Dagdar, oh no, wait, Brave Axe is D, so I guess you could give him the Brave Axe, but then, like, you know, I'd still rather have 11 divided by 2 as opposed to 0 divided by 2 as a hit bonus. How much to do Berserker promotion? Marty does not promote to Berserker. Marty promotes to Warrior. So that is unfortunate. You can't even get, like, a funny promotion out of it. You just get another Warrior, which Warriors are cool. But Berserkers have Wrath, which, like, that would be something since he has no skills. Is there a single axe unit who cannot use the Brave Axe? You're looking at him. He's getting there, though. He's getting there. Dagdar with -1 move. No. Oh wait, you mean when he promotes? I'm pretty sure Warrior gets move. Oh no, Warrior doesn't get move on promotion. Oh shit, Dagdar has a personal point of move. I didn't know that. Yeah, Warrior doesn't get move on promotion. That's very funny. I thought you were saying, like, in the early game, he's basically Dagdar, and I was appalled. But no, that's actually so funny. He doesn't even get move. It becomes a 6-move warrior. How sad for him. How sad for him. I was talking about the promo bonus. Yeah, my bad. My bad, I didn't know you were cool like that. I underestimated you. Oh yeah, here we can show off the talks, right? So you can talk to Tanya. Let's go for this. Let's get a bow for Dagdar. Dagdar starts with the weirdest fucking weapon layout. It's very funny. Con 2. Are you a javelin guy? You're a short lance guy. Okay. View up here. Short lance you. Shh. It's okay, baby. It's okay. My cat's being a little silly. Grab that. Take. Release. You go here. Go down. Bum 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 bum. I guess we can have Leif start picking on this archer. I always like the look of this game. I really like the sprites and map and stuff. See, that's what I mean with, like, chip giving... Or missing gives, like, actual chip experience. Do this talk. Dagdar, you came down to fight with us?
Eyvel, does me heart good to see you in one piece. Listen, you have any idea why the Empire would come all the way out here? Did it have anything to do with the boy?
Yeah, little old Leif. He's not just some nobleman. He's the heir to Leonster. Okay, baby, okay. Shh, it's okay. I've been helping him hide from the Empire. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you. Okay, hold on. My cat is certainly being something right now. It's okay, baby. It's okay. It's okay. Shh. Hey, no claw, no claw, no claw. Shh, 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 shh. I got you. I know. Hang on a second. I gotta take my headphones off. She's getting tangled up in everything, and she's gonna pull a wire and freeze the game. I know. Here. Shh. I got you. I know. You upside down, you tangled up. I know. Let's get you out of here. I know. It's scary. The air conditioner's on. You hate it when the air conditioner is on. Oh, no. No claw. I know. Let's get you out of here. I know. Shh. It's okay. Shh. I know. Alright, I'm back. I've been helping him hide from the Empire. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you.
Figures much. Well, no use worrying about it now. As long as I get to cut some of those Imperial dastards myself for even.
She wants revenge for Marty. The Marty slander is real. Good job, Halvan. I definitely didn't want to capture that. You have a javelin? Yeah. You also have a javelin. Alright, let's... Oh, wait, I double him in just fucking one round. God, Dagdar's so good! Alright, Tanya, you can help set up so we can capture this guy. Tanya, what do you think you're doing here? What does it look like, Osian? I'm here to help you guys any way I can. Help any way you can, huh? In that case, turn tail and march back home. That's the only way a kid like you could help. You just get in the way. You've got some nerve, Osian. You're just a kid yourself, you know. You want me gone? I'm gone. Not all of us are as eager to throw ourselves into danger as you. Party, party! We could train Marty just by having him dodge tank. Marty, party! But I think we go here. Go here. And you lure over here. Where does the phrase Marty Party come from? It's because his name rhymes. It's because it rhymes. Oh, I forgot they move off the villages. Crab walk. Fans of the iconic warrior crab walk, you will get this. There's a Mario Party 3 video edit someone did. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I mean, I love Mario Party 3, so I'm a fan. No adept, no adept, no adept. Thank you. Look at that crit. I guess this is an instance, I think we found it, the instance where Thracia crit was less impactful, because it goes from 6 to 16, whereas it would be 6 to 18. So it turns out all you need to make Thracia crit bad is use Tanya. Catch and release. Three strength goddess moment. She's so cringe. I'm doing a lot of early capturing. I do want to emphasize, I think that one thing that a lot of Thracia players will do that makes the game harder on them is try to capture everything not nailed down. It is beneficial to start filling your armory early on when enemies are not very threatening. Like I mentioned, I like getting a short lance at the very least so Finn can have something other than the brave lance while mounted. And like grabbing javelins is nice. having stuff so you can sell it is nice. The extra bow is also good so that, like, you don't have to give up Tanya's or Ronan's bow for Dagdar to have a slightly more accurate ranged option. But I also think that, like, it's not the end of the world if, you know, you kill something, right? Don't, like, reset to try to stop yourself. For my current playthrough, I had trouble with inventory space because I took as much as I could for chapters 1 through 3. That's the other thing, is while Thracia gives you a much bigger inventory than normal, you will, like, fill up your inventory space if you just capture everything. You can sell stuff, though, which is the other big benefit to, like, maybe capturing stuff you don't need. You don't get gold in this game. So the only way you can fill your coffers is by capturing and selling. Nice! I love the Marty crit. The glorious happy music time. Oh, right, that guy had a vulnerary. That's why we want to capture him, right? Vulneraries in this game are functionally elixirs. Which is pretty baller. Oh, a cost! A cost saved us.
Weapons can be mighty expensive, can't they? Us folk here gotta make do nicking supplies from Imperial troops. It's awful risky, but you can capture an enemy alive, you can help yourself to their stuff. Matter of fact, I got to drop on an Imperial soldier myself. Heard him snoring from 3 houses away, so I took me a souvenir. Not that it'll do me much good though. Probably better off in your hands, I reckon. And hey, you don't need it, you just hawk it for something you do need. You know, you could use it, or you could hawk Tua.
Big brother! I got something real special for you. You can use this to keep yourself safe, right?
An axe? Where in the world did you get such a fine weapon?
Darndest thing. I was walking past the lake up on the mountain when this strange old crone just floated out of the water. She gave it to me and then vanished, quick as skin blink. I've been keeping it for you, taking real good care of it. Now put it to use and make me proud.
Gimme. Give. Take. Me trade.
Bum ba-rum, bum bum ba-rum. You think that's the same woman Lex sees in chapter 1? Yeah, I think that's the reference. Do you fools realize what you're doing? If I die, so will the woman we took. Adept? No adept. Queen Lana and her shenanigans. Yeah, it's Lester's mom. Smiley face. Or not Lester, Lewin's mom. Lester's grandmother. I want that vulnerary. I've captured this boss with Marty before, which is very funny. Danny, do you think this game is harder than most on a first playthrough? So it has a reputation for being, like, super duper hard. And a lot of that does definitely come... Ooh! I mean, magic is good on him, though. That's good, yeah. A lot of that does definitely come from, like, having some obscurity stuff, right? In particular, stuff like the Warp Forest, stuff like how to access certain paralogs. Although I do think that people often overstate the obscurities things. Yeah, that magic level up means we can kill now. For example, a lot of people say, like, oh, it's possible to miss Lithis and Sapphi if you miss the paralog. Damn it. You'll live to regret this, all of you. Which, that is true. However, that paralog is given to you, like, the condition for reaching it is... The condition for reaching that paralog is you have to save every house in Chapter 2, which you can fail to do, but one, it's a very easy side objective, and two, I don't think most people on, like, a blind playthrough are going to be like, well, I missed that side objective, oh well. I think most people will reset to try to save the villages, right? Give me that. Y'all made it back! What a relief. But look, there's no Fiana Freebloods without Fiana, right? So don't just stop with the pirates. Drive the Empire from our village, too. Not to imply ungrateful, of course. Take this with you if you get scraped up. We don't have much in the way of medicine, but it's the least we can do after everything the commander's done for us. So a vulnerary is an elixir in this game. It is a full heal, which is pretty cool. And now we will go get the Pooji. I'm probably gonna call it the Pooji. Both because it's a funnier name and because it's what it was called when I first played Thracia, so it's like what's hammered into my head, right? I know that, like, to some extent, people associate the Pooji with Mangs, who's, you know, white supremacist, sexual predator, yada yada yada. And like, yes, he did find it funny, but also, like, it is a funny name. 12 attack, 5 defense, that's 7 times 2. Okay, Osian does live 2 attacks from this guy. So, like... Kill him. It's not meant to be, like, an endorsement or anything. It's just, I think it's a funny name. Those Imperial dogs took Dame Merida and Lady Nana. Just snatched them right up like they was cattle. You're not gonna let them get away with that, are you? If you fixin' to fight the Empire, take this with you. This here ring's enchanted with some spell or another. But don't just wear it on your finger like some common bauble. You gotta actually use it for it to do any good. So the reason for that dialogue is to explain, because rings work differently in this game than they did in FE4, where you had it in their inventory and you get the effect. Here they are consumable stat boosters. So it's like, hey, you know, if you thought, you know, work like FE4, we are gonna give the life ring to Leif. I think it makes a huge difference on his combat in Thracia, or in Manster. And, I think he is by far the best user of it in a more standard playthrough, you know. In a run where you're doing like zero growths or LTC or something, I'm sure that there's like specific strategies that would open up. But for this, where we are just, you know, we're doing a very normal, very, you know, story-focused playthrough, I think Leif is just, it's Sleuf syndrome, right? He benefits from it a lot, and I don't think it should be assumed he always gets it, but I do think he makes better use of it than anyone else, and probably usually gets it.
Pulling away with the free beds, boy. Last thing Commander Eyvel needs is to babysit you.
We're risking life and limb to protect the village, and you're giving me a lecture? You got a strange sense of gratitude, old man.
Alright, the Empire knocking on our front door. You can stop that mouth of yours, I see. Well, no point dragging this out. Here, this is what you came for, right?
For once, you read my mind. When a fight breaks out, I just feel off without this axe at my side.
Which don't explain why you forget it at home after damn time.
Hey, I came here for the axe, not to get chewed out.
That's all you wanted, and get going. Go on now.
Don't keep the commander waiting on you. You don't need to tell me twice. The Voog. Yeah, this thing, very good. Very good. You eat the rings instead of wearing them on your fingers. Why is his house outside the village walls? I mean, I used to live, like, you know, out in the boonies, right? There's an appeal to it. Nana, Marita, where are you? Please answer me. Little Nan, Marita. Raedric must have taken him. What? That means they were taken to Munster, right? Yeah, it's bargaining chips. In case Wiseman couldn't finish the job. It's the sort of thing Raedric would pull, all right. God's breath. Commander, we have to give chase. Two of them are counting on us. Now look here, little Leif. Commander, you said yourself, I'm not a child anymore. Nana and Marita were taken captive because of me. I refuse to let anyone suffer in my place. I will never again let someone sacrifice their life in exchange for mine. I understand. We leave at dawn. And I won't lie, little lord. This is gonna get rough. Get some rest while you can. So I am also, in chat, if I do not remember, remind me, I'm gonna make a save state with every chapter. Chapter 2. So that if I need to go back and play another chapter for footage, I can. Giving chase to Raedric, Leif set out for Munster to rescue his companions. But while making his way along the shore, he passed near a small settlement, a coastal village by the name of Iz. Oh, we get the good pirate music. Bucks. Is this kind of body count really necessary? We're here to make coin, not give everything that not gut everything that moves.
Look here, smart aleck. We got a nice division of labor going. And I don't tell you how to plan your strategies and whatnot. You don't tell me how to go plundering. Oh, and if it's them Freeblade folk you're worried about, we already saw two of them. Boss tipped off the Empire and Leonster boy was hiding with them.
Leonster boy? What, you mean Leif the prince? Are you certain of this?
Sure am. Boss grabbed one of the village folk and used his talons with a knife to loosen his tongue. Stubborn fellow though. Might have survived if he talked sooner.
He resorted to torture, did he?
You're one to talk. Boss says you're the one taught him everything he knows about interrogating. There's a reason you ain't with the church no more, mate.
Damn it, Leifus. You've become more trouble than you're worth. It's time we've parted ways. I just need to make contact with the Leonster heir. Then Liffus is disposable. How should I go about this? Well, before anything else, I must alert my benefactor. Damn it, we lost the guide and that village got destroyed. Commander, over here. The village is being raided. That's Liffus' crew by the look of it. They've been quiet as a mouse for a while, but I guess they move fast. And we have to move faster. We cannot stand by and allow this to happen. So yeah, we got Liffus' crew now. Liffus' pirates. And then the sort of sub-commander, Bucks. He has 1 range and 2 range, but not 1-2 range. So similar what I was talking about, a lot of enemies will have, rather than like a hand axe, they get an iron of both axe and bow or whatever, the bosses. So you can abuse 2 range, like rescue dropping, to sort of fuck with them. Safely. He's still 1 rounds. He's so epic. I do potentially want to get some axes. You have 10 con, you have 9 con, so all of the axe bros can get you. What's your AS? You're like 1 AS. Okay, 3 defense, 24, 15. Oh, he exactly 1 rounds with the Iron Axe, which means Halvan does as well. Okay, I think... Okay, I think what we do is Leif here with the Iron Sword. Finn goes here, also with the Iron Sword. Who has the 3rd Iron Sword? I forget. Is it Osian? It's Halvan? Who got the other Iron Sword? Is it Tanya? Because I did get another one. Oh, Eyvel. Okay. Okay, then... the Axe Bros up here, so they can get ready to capture. Just so we can get a couple more irons. Eyvel here for support. Dagdar starts sprinting up so we can recruit Ronan. Oh yeah, you have 2 short bows, okay. So yeah, Dagdar starts sprinting up so we can recruit Ronan. Marty go over here. Okay. So these guys right here are the ones that destroy villages. You can tell, okay, you can tell because there will be a skill. Oh, maybe they're not on the map yet, because I think they also face a different direction. But you can always tell, not every pirate destroys villages, because these 2 will not destroy this village. There is the thief skill, I believe. The idea behind dismounted units not being able to use swords and but not lances. I don't know. I don't know the logic for it. The only dismounted units that can use lances are Xavier and a promoted Dalton. Everyone else, either axes or swords, or they're mounted. Alright, Dagdar, go up here. Oh, nice! Our first movement star! That's a 5% chance. What fitting timing, because we have Mr. Movement Star himself showing up. Ronan, stop! Ronan! Ma, I can't stay out of this any longer. I'll go and fight alongside. Oh, you must be with the Free Blades. I want to join y'all. I'm good enough with the bow, and I can get around pretty fast. I won't hold you back none. But you've never been in a real fight like this before. Are you that eager to leave your mother alone in this world? That don't matter none. Every battle's somebody's first, right? I guess this will be mine. I mean, maybe you can stand holding up here and waiting me to die, but I sure can't. And then he spawns inside of the walls. Ronan is here. Ronan is here. So, okay. Let's get the bad out of the way. Archer. So everything that I said about Tanya that is bad also applies to Ronan. Bowlocked bad. He's also E-rank bows. I believe he has slightly higher base bow rank. Yeah, he has 20 base bow rank over Tanya. So I guess he could technically try to get to B rank bows for Brave Bow. He still needs, what is it, 70 plus a promotion, because he gets 50 on promo. I think might be a little bit less than that. I think he gets a full rank on promo. FE5 Ronan. Today actually on the community tier list was Ronan Day. Which is part of why I feel like I need to talk about Ronan, because there are some real Ronan believers, and I am not one of them. I got a lot of comments about how, like, Ronan is at least a tier more than Tanya because he does everything better than her. So his base stats are worse in every area except for strength, where he has a 1-point advantage. And his growths are worse in every area except for magic. Now everyone hypes up that magical growth, right? Because he can be a mage killer. Magic is resistance after all. 55 is a really high growth rate for magic. Not really, but I guess for a physical unit, kind of. It means basically every other level up, he'll get a point of magic. He's working off of a base of 0. He's working off of a base of 0. He does not have a good resistance stat. He also only gains 1 magic on promotion. So it is really just that growth that pushes his res up. And in every other area, like, I spent how long talking about Tanya's growths being bad, and Ronan has worse growths around the board, except for magic, where he, again, working off of a base of 0, the narrative of, like, oh, you know, if there was a magical bow, he would be phenomenal. No, he wouldn't. If the Shining Bow exists, if the Shining Bow existed, he would still have a 0 magic base and a bad bow rank, so he'd have to work his way up towards it, right? You're still dealing with, like, these bad stats and bad growths. I guess technically the other growth that he has an advantage over Tanya is the movement growth. I've seen people, like, hope on that. First off, I think the low percentage movement growths, movement level ups are very, very hype, but movement growths are by and large between 0 and 5%. They're not relevant. They're really not relevant in terms of, like, evaluating a unit. Someone gets lucky and gets a movement growth and they become your all-star and you use them. But a unit is not good because they have, like, a 3% movement growth instead of a 2% one. It's not even, it's a 1% difference! Now Ronan does have 1 extra point of move at base compared to Tanya, which is legitimately a boon. If you want to use a shitty archer, he has technically 1 more range than her. Unfortunately, on promotion, this evens out. Tanya gets a point of move on promo, Ronan does not. I don't know why, but male and female sniper just have different promo bonuses. And Ronan doesn't get a point of move on it. I do think it's better to start with a point of move than to get it on promo. So, because I've seen some people say, oh, his extra point of move doesn't matter because he doesn't get a point of move on promo. I don't think that's true. I think that it is a legitimate upside he has over her, but it is the fucking minorest upside in the world. Because he's just, okay, he can move 1 extra point, and then what? He's not doing anything because low hit rate, low might, low strength. He's not even helping with like the take drop stuff. I guess he has 7 con, but now we're in the land of the heavy pirates. I've seen people say like, oh, he can help with rescue chains because he can rescue Leif around, but so can everyone. At least Tanya has something that she benefits you from being on the field, giving supports to those good axe units. Ronan just isn't doing anything for you. He also has 3 Vigor Stars. That's a 15% chance to do an extra movement. Like I said, I consider movement stars and adept a reliability buffer. But he's okay. He can more reliably deal like 5 points of damage. My 4 strength king. He even has a lower strength growth than Tanya. So like, if you want a shitty archer, Tanya is going to have slightly less shitty stats. Like, she's actually fast. She actually doubles stuff. Ronan does not. She'll deal slightly more damage. And she offers supports to good combat units. I'm using Ronan in my playthrough and he got 2 movement level ups. Yeah, I mean, like, that 3% though, I have seen people, everyone so overhypes the 3% move growth. It's ridiculous. In addition to it just not being a likely thing to happen, it's not even that much higher than like other units. Marty has a 2%. Halvan has a 2%, or sorry, Osian has a 2%. Like, it's not even like, oh, 3% is low. 3% is not that much higher than other units. It's like it's the average. It's the average. It's unreal. It's actually unreal how much he gets hyped up. Sorry, my wife wanted to talk to me about something. Ronan's movement growth is higher than Barth's res growth. 100% of the time, 3% of the time. Oh wait, did we? Oh, we got the funny! I get to show it off now. Okay, so you'll notice this guy has 6 move, right? That's the normal movement for hunters. This guy has 7 move. Yeah, so random enemy stats in Thracia can also impact movement. So congratulations. Congratulations, Ronan. They have 11 attack versus your 4 defense. 11 minus 4 is... Oh, he lives both. Okay, so Ronan can go here with an iron bow. Actually, Ronan can... I guess he can just trade for the short bow. And we can leave him here. Now Finn goes over here and mounts up. If you capture here... I remember going through 4X where the mages just got extra movement to hate on Fergus specifically. My Ronan just got a movement and magic level up. Wild. Epic Ronan moment. Tanya, please. I don't think that's enough. Yeah, that's just shy. Okay, Leif. Just don't adept. Well, that, I would have liked you to adept there. Is the Voog higher might? I guess we could capture with the Voog. You can sell all the bows because bow users suck, yeah. Ronan stonks will go up. I mean, like, if he gets a move level up, you know, we might use him for memes. The blank level! The blank level. Are you too heavy to be captured? 11 con. If we short lance you, that's 7. 8. As long as we don't adept, we're good here. Tanya really doesn't want to escape the allegations. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. Release you. Bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da. They didn't move. Why didn't they move? I mean, that's okay, I guess. Move y'all over here, so we can get these villages. The hunters are scared of Ronan. They heard the rumors about him from the internet. They heard about him being a big iron. The big iron, big iron. And this is what happens when you have a 0 skill stat, so it cannot be cut in half by capture. You are Marty, and you can party! You go up here. 13 attack versus 3 defense. Oh, whoops! Fuck. I accidentally consumed the durability. I meant to equip it. I forgot you could do that. You lot just had to play hero, didn't you? Now this whole village will be raised by pirates in revenge. Make one big bloody example out of us. What are we supposed to do? How can you say something so cruel, brother? These people are putting their lives on the line for us, and you got the nerve to complain? You're too naive. Pirates would have killed a few of us, sure, but they had no reason to hunt down everybody. Except those idiots couldn't leave well enough alone. I'm sorry about my brother. It wasn't always like this. By way of apology, take this magic trinket. I'm not sure what it does, but it'll probably be of use to you. It's about time somebody showed those pirates what it's like to fight for their lives for a change. Oh, you get the speed ring before Manster. I forgot about that. How does that even work? Does Leif chew on the light brand? Yummy, yummy light brand. What does the light brand taste like? They were scared of Ronan, but they're not scared of Dagdar. Make it make sense. Roy can eat the binding blade? Wait, really? Ronan is cracked in Heroes? I guess, like, you know, they do love making meme units cracked, don't they? God, these hit rates are so sad. Oh, because he's on the... He gets the extra void. Oh, okay. Ooh, the background when he's on the river, though, looks cool. They reference his magic by giving him really high res. Yo, Halvan crit. Osian could never. I should be careful saying stuff like that because there are legitimately people who think like Halvan better than Osian because of the stats or whatever, and I just do not agree. Extra short bows, right?
Clay has just tipped $10. $10 on the route with Misha, my beloved.
Misha, $10. Thank you for the $10 donation, Clay. Let me adjust that. Meow jump scare. Yeah, I forgot I had that as one of the donation options. So I thought, because I sent the cat out earlier, I thought she'd gotten back in and was making more mischief. How can I make this about Thithorpa? So that's a cool 15 on Dryas route. More A route, baby. The lovers of meme units, you know, you better act up soon if you want any meme time. 12 Constitution. But yeah, because it was so loud in my headphones, it like legit jump scared me. I think we have Tanya sell her iron bow, because Finn can give her a spare. Who's gonna recruit the blue-haired archer? We already recruited him! I so often look at Shannam's stats whenever I want a bit of comedy. He is a very funny goofus. There was an on-screen cat. That is a picture of my cat who's named Frog. Damn, Osian also got magic. And now he can use the Brave Axe. Finally, he's no longer the only axe user that can't use the Brave Axe. If you spare the boss of this chapter, he has a change of heart and becomes a fisherman. Shannam is horrifically bad. He is, but at least he has bargain. We'll sell the full durability one, or the higher durability one. One of the Loptier Mages thanks you for saving him instead of wishing you for death. Damn, not even enough to capture. Shannam has like 5% and 50% on all of his growths. I actually don't remember. His growths are bad though. FE5 Shannam. He's a joke unit. Yeah, he has 5% and 50% on everything. So like, depending on the stat, it'll either be 5 or 50 is what I mean. Yeah, let's see if we can get Leif up there. We can capture and release this guy, get his Vulnerary, get his Iron Bow. That would be... Get the cute fishing dialogue. We can do it. I believe. It's not like Osian and Marty are in any danger. He has great offensive growths, but crappy defensive growths. I don't think 50% on speed and strength is what I would consider great offensive growths. Especially because, remember, he's a promoted unit. He's getting promoted experience. Experience is fairly generous in Thracia. But not, like, to that extent, right? For Thracia, 50% is not bad in terms of growths. I guess it's more because since he's promoted... What are you... Oh, I didn't go to this house yet. His pirates grow bolder by the day. Just recently I heard that a cleric fleeing Tara was taken prisoner by him. May I beat up the poor dear, eh? Hey, here, take this for your trouble. If you manage to find her, do send word that she's alright. I was like, what are you going for? And then I realized... So it's 11. That is not enough. Put you here. It's the locksmith from FE4. Wait, really? Just Paragon Sword Ballista training at that stage of the game? Yo, now he can capture... You have any idea what you're dealing with? I'm the Bucks, a beast born from a life at sea. Jimmy FE did it? I mean, funny YouTuber did it isn't an argument in favor of it being, like, a good strategy. Oh, right. Gate and Throne moment. Okay, so you have 18. Oh, you have 7 AS. So you double, yeah, so basically we flame sword. Like, it's that, or I guess we could get a crit with Osian, but let's still... Because you have 18 defense! And you double Leif. So that just one rounds Leif. Yeah, basically you Flame Sword, or you do not beat this guy. I forgot about this guy. Ugh, you'll regret this someday. I'll deserve to fly at sea. Do we take the flame sword before Eyvel leaves, or is it her personal sword? So maybe this might be a common misconception. Anything Eyvel has in her inventory when she leaves gets sent to the convoy. I guess we could just seize and get out of here. Can you two, like... Is this your king? Mr. 4 Strength? Praise for the Marty party. Lord Leif, I presume? And you are? Augustus, at your service. I am a priest of Bragi on a pilgrimage. Is there something you need from me? With respect, we don't have time to spare on talk. Neither do I. I take it you're headed to the Corsair Isles to nip this pirate thread in the bud? Indeed. If you leave them be, it's only a matter of time until the scum attack is again. Besides, I hear they're also keeping a cleric captive there. I see. In that case, allow me to be your navigator. I can guide you to the Isles. What? Why do priests know the way to the Corsair Isles? This old man has many surprises in him yet. I'll tell you that much. Still, the decision is yours. And I'm going to make a save state here. Chapter 2X. Where's your heal staff, Mr. Priest? I shouldn't have to say this, Lethis, but don't you dare lay a hand on the cleric. Oh, right. Got it. You can stand to give me the time of day, Safi. We both know I could get anything you want. Just go along with me, yeah? I have given my word to see Lady Lenoan's hopes realized. Unless she was to join us in fighting for Tara, I will not falter. To take up arms against the Empire? May as well stand on the shore and try and push the tide back. Perhaps it sounds impossible, but the alternative is to do nothing, as innocent children are ritually slaughtered. No matter the cost, no one with a drop of humanity could stand by and allow this to continue. We're not naive. Everyone knows the risks. We know we'll likely die, but this isn't just about us. This is bigger than one city or one society. This is about resisting the grip of damnation itself. Loftus beckons, Lithis. The world hurtles even closer towards his jaws. Tara is still the only place in Judgirl still in dispute. Where will you be when history's written? Well, look, you're out to fulfill Lady's hopes, right? If I say yes, will you fulfill one of my own hopes? If it's within my power, I will. It's a deal. I'll talk to my boys and make sure everybody's on board. Don't forget our little arrangement. Very well. Of all the rotten luck. We had to land just as it was getting dark. The timing isn't ideal, granted, but with a torch in hand, your men will be able to see a ways ahead. I don't believe we have any flint or tinder handy. What are our chances without torches? Your men won't be totally blind, but they will be barely able to see in front of them. Still, I imagine you can find a spare torch or two lying around somewhere. Then let's get moving. There's no time to waste. So, welcome to Chapter 2X, aka your introduction to Thracia Fog. Just use the flame sword to light the way. So Thracia Fog is thicker than in other Fire Emblems. You cannot see anything. This is a very big map, but unless you have vision, you can't see the terrain. You can sort of get an idea by looking at, like, movement ranges and stuff, right? Also, shoutouts to, like, Finn on a horse. He has to dismount. It's a pain in the booty. There are a couple of torches on this map that we can get by going to forts. Sorry, buddy, you're not moving this turn. I like Thracia Fog. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. It gives the ominous atmosphere that they're clearly going for. I think Fog of War is dumb, but this is a whole other level. I think it's less that Fog of War itself is dumb. Nice, skill. That'll help us for FCM. I think it's less that Fog of War itself is dumb, and more that Intelligence Systems doesn't really know how to utilize it well, except for in Advanced Wars, where they use it well. The pirates seem to have greater numbers. Can we make it through this, Commander? Numbers aren't everything. We'll keep our heads about us, and we'll make it through this just fine. Of course, Commander. Still, would you happen to know anything useful about this Lithis thug? Ha! Thug is too generous for Lithis. He's small time and ain't even worth killing. When we get our hands on him, take him alive. And don't let him go after the fighting's done. We'll bring him back to Iz and see that he gets justice for his crimes. So that is added, that was actually added in this translation to indicate, like, that you should capture him, basically. Got stopped by the fog. They added tips in the translation, a few, because some of the mechanics are kind of obscure, so if people want to go in blind, you know.
Boss, you really mean to make for Tara? Yeah, I'm going pale just thinking about fighting the Empire. I mean, may as well jab a knife in our necks now and save everybody some time.
I know. I'm just leading her on. Gotta get my foot in the door with the lass. Just who does Shiva think he is, talking to me like that? Did that cutthroat sellsword grow a conscience when nobody was looking? Hey, boss. We got a couple of good doers. Scurrying in from the west. What? Here? You gotta be joking. All right, boys. Let's go say hello. Sharks are gonna be well fed tonight. So yeah, that is our introduction to Lithis, to sort of teach us that he's a piece of shit. On a second playthrough, you would know to capture Lithus if you killed him and he became a Deadlord. No, not necessarily. Raedric is a Deadlord too. Raedric's not recruitable. He looks very recruitable. So, the way that you recruit him is by capturing him and not releasing him until you finish the map. I don't think that's very intuitive for a new player to figure out. I think it's a net good that they added the tips. Yeah, we'll get this kill with Finn. I think, like, in the initial, right? In the initial playthrough without any sort of hint, I do think that, like, you know, capturing him is actually fairly, intuitive. He has stuff you might want to steal, and because he doesn't have a weapon, it's an auto capture. However, it's the part where you don't release him. If you, like, maybe you're not ready to seize yet. Leif is, like, a little ways away. And the natural loop of capture, release has built up in you so much that you're just like, yeah, I captured him. Now I'll release him so I don't cut my stats. Thracia doesn't seem like something a new Fire Emblem player should play. I'm not saying specifically a new player to the franchise as a whole. Someone who's never played Thracia before isn't going to know all of Thracia's mechanics unless they're explained. I think that having dialogue that explains the mechanics is a good thing to have. I don't know why is that controversial? It feels a little bit gatekeepy to be like, oh, you know, it's bad that they added tips in the dialogue. What's bad about it? Like, genuinely, what is the downside? It's not even clunky. Like, it naturally fits into the world. Eyvel says capture him and don't let him go. We're gonna bring him back home, put him in jail. It fits the story, it communicates what they want you to do. Where's the downside? Hey, Movement Star! So that's where the torches are hidden. People want to learn for themselves, then you can skip the dialogue! If you want to go through a game without any information or tutorials, you should probably skip all dialogue, because it's a fairly standard practice to attempt to educate player on how the mechanics of your game works naturally through dialogue that fits the world. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to demand. There's a difference between figuring it out yourself and stumbling through the dark. Is your argument that games should never teach you how their mechanics work? Like, I don't know what you're arguing for. I really don't. I'm not trying to straw man the argument. I don't see... I don't see where the problem with making the game more accessible to new players is. So if we do this... we can capture him next turn. Oh, right, there's... oh, hi, I forgot about you. Forgot there's just like a warrior chilling over there. Damn, Ronan is really, really trying to prove that his fucking 15% chance at next turn is worthwhile. Proof that I'm always right. Are you one of the Ronan copers? Are you one of the Ronan copers? Or is it something else you're always right about? He's the scout. We just did our Ronan unit review. But like I said, the Ronan cope is, it's people who are like just, they like him because everyone's favorite racist, sexist, transphobe mecha likes him. So like, everyone's like, oh, you know, YouTuber likes this unit, therefore this unit good. Oh, I attacked instead of capturing. I'm a fucking moron. That's fine. It's a bow. Who cares? Halvan can heal up a little here. Tanya can go to the forts, get torches. Hey, Eyvel did her solo mission. I almost got jump scared by the fucking movement star thing. Could have been Ronan experience. But yeah, like people were stating just outright falsehoods about Ronan on the poll. Stuff like, oh, you know, he's statistically better than Tanya. No, he's not. He's worse in every area except for 1 point of strength at base. And then, you know, he's got a significantly worse strength growth. I also think that, like, they're both shitty bow units. I don't think Tanya's supports are enough to, like, you know, if we're talking in terms of tiers, I don't think her supports, even though they are a legitimate upside, are enough to push her a quote-unquote tier, if we have to talk in tiers, above Ronan, but at least she has something to offer. Like I said in the Tanya review, if you're, you know, deploying both Osian and Dagdar, and it's like an indoor map, so you've got a smaller number of units to deploy, like maybe I can definitely see a world where, oh, there's no torch in that one, damn. I can definitely see a world where you're like, well, you know, I might as well deploy Tanya here, because like, she could just, tiny chip and provide support for people. How is it possible to make a worse Tanya? I mean, look at Ronan! Look at Ronan, his stats are all worse. I understand he's weaker, I accept that it doesn't matter. At least that's the honest cope, right? Like, so here's the thing, right? Thracia is sort of the perfect game for picking picking a shitter and deciding I love them. I'm gonna give them all the favoritism, because there's a lot of different forms of favoritism you can give in Thracia. And it's sort of, it feels like it's designed for that, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with people who are like, I like Ronan, so I'm gonna use him. This is not me trying to tell people how to play the game. However, I do think that, like, the Ronan cope, both in terms of, like, Ronan is actually a good unit. You don't understand, the 3% growth is so much more impactful than the 2%. It's so much more impactful than the 2% growths. I got a comment on the tier list, about how, like, the 3% growth is worth multiple tiers on its own, because you can give him the movement boosting scroll and get a total of an 8% growth, and then it's basically guaranteed. Which, first off, 8% growth is not virtually guaranteed. But also, you can give the movement scroll to an actual good unit and give them a 7 or 6% chance to get movement. Our scout on the front lines. I also don't necessarily think high move Ronan is particularly good for him, because as you can see, he's getting two-shot by, like, chapter 2x enemies, right? So him, like, being in the front lines, it's bad for his health. Obviously, it's better to have high move than not high move, but I'd rather give the move boosting tools to a unit who's, like, either already has really high move and then can, like, make use of them, like Karen, or a unit who's, like, bulky, like Dagdar, or, you know, well, Finn's sort of the best of both worlds. But someone who, like, can frontline, right? And then they can use their extended movement range to suddenly go off. The magic doesn't matter if he can't kill anything. That's the other thing. Everyone hypes up Ronan's magic because of his 55% growth. Everyone forgets he has a 0 base. Ronan does not have a good magic stat until you've trained him for like 20 levels. Because if we're assuming averages, right? On average, it's every other level, just about. 20 levels gets him 10 magic, which is decent for fighting mages. 0 base. That's the thing people overlook. 55% magic growth, 0 base. Definitely an F-tier unit. I just think the utility of a high magic unit in the late game is surprisingly useful. I would agree if he was the only unit capable of getting high magic in the late game, but he's not. Oh, you have hand axe, right? And bows are just so bad in this game. I capped Kane's magic with the power of 1 magic ring and crazy luck. You know, it's the argument of, like, you know, I would say Amelia, but I think Ross is a better parallel, but that's not even the case, because Ross is like, Ross has an actual payoff. I don't think a high magic bow unit is as good as you're making it up to be. The idea is you enemy... So for anyone who might wonder why, like, high magic on a bow unit is being discussed. The idea is because it's res, and bows are 2 range, rather than, like, 1 range, right? You bait enemy mages who have 1/2 range into attacking you at 2 range, so you can counter them, and because you have high magic yourself, you don't take a lot of damage. And because you're using strength instead of magic, you can actually hit the mages on their weak defense, right? So that's the argument. The thing is that if you're trying to, like, the idea is that you're trying to enemy face, right? Because otherwise just anyone could bonk. If we go for a Brave Axe capture, 21 times... That's actually not terrible. Yeah, let's go for it. Oh, wait, oh, we were just shy. Okay. I did the math wrong. We'll do that, so they'll attack Eyvel instead, because she's invincible. If you're... So, okay, so back to the Ronan discussion, sorry. The thing about that is, if you're trying to enemy phase with bows, while you can, like, position yourself... There are some maps where, like, you can use walls, right? To manipulate a bunch of them into attacking at 2 range. Oh no, he ran into the fog! I gotta keep remembering to move in Tanya, because I keep forgetting. On most maps, you are only going to be fighting 1 mage on enemy phase with that setup. And so it becomes a lot less good. Let's move you down so you don't die. Move you up there. The other thing is that while you might think that, like, hitting mages on their defense instead of magic helps you deal more damage, you have other options for this. I think the biggest one is Wrath on Sarah. Because since Wrath, like, doubles before, it basically pierces defense. Do we do the Shiva Killing Edge steal? I really don't want to. He's so hard to hit. Like, doing the Shiva capture safely is pretty obnoxious. Can enemies have movement stars? Some of them do. Generics do not have movement stars. That is incorrect, Rosie Rock. Generics can have movement levels. Oh, you took the fort. Thracia Fog strikes again. Okay, we'll have you go there. Marty might be a little over his head here. We'll go here. Send Halvan and Osian down to help. If I ever refer to a character by a name that doesn't quite match their title card, it's because it's an old translation thing. So, like, Osian, I'm probably gonna call Osian a bunch, just by accident. Oh, hello. You need to capture Shiva or he won't talk to Safi later. That is also misinformation. That's not true. Thracia breeds misinformation. That's what the guide I used told me. Well, your guide was wrong. Your guide was straight up incorrect. Damn. Bad level up, bad unit. Okay, now that... Now that he's off the fort... we're in like... Because he's in an awkward position because we don't want to put anyone in Shiva's range. Oh, this is so obnoxious. I really want to capture this guy, though. One, two, three, four, five. But then when his movement gets cut in half, he won't be able to canto. Okay, we do this to start out. Finn, please! Okay, Dagdar, please. God damn it! God damn it, this troll! This absolute troll! Rewind and rig the RNG. I went over this earlier, but I'm planning on not using rewind this run. We will do one save state per map. Alright, well, I guess, you know, let's see what happens. Okay. Second use of the Boulderary. Oh god, there's reinforcements. Oh, I forgot to move Tanya! Holy shit, she's two-shot. Holy shit, she's two-shot. Tanya's so fucking bad! Look at that Vantage coming in clutch for Halvan. Hashtag Vantage matters. Get surrounded and dodge. Farm EXP off of dodging. This is how Tanya can still win. This is how Tanya can still win. Yo, you troll! I mean, we get it back later, but what a troll. Okay, capture Brave Lance. Let's fucking go, please. Please, I need this. Oh, the crit. Okay. Okay. Hype crit moments. Crit actually mattered because it means we can just get out of here this turn. Is Tanya okay? I mean, she lives one hit from this guy, right? So she was still fine for 2 turns at least. Because he only has like 38. God, Tanya, you're so fucking bad. Yo! Skill, speed, luck, HP. The level up of all time. Are you a hand axer? You are, okay, because I was hoping Ronan could chip, but... Use a save state and see how often she can dodge. Here, we'll use our once per map save state here. I haven't been using them yet, but I'll use it here. This is for all the Ronan enjoyers. Yo, he got his 55% magic. He got less stats than Tanya. I feel like I need to point that out. Strength plus 10%, HP plus 30. Let's put that on Leif. And seize. The pirates seem to have escaped, but never mind that. Is the cleric safe?
I've found her, sire.
Thank you, kind folk. I owe you my... Is that... I beg your pardon, milady. Battle is dirty business, and if I have some grime or blood on my face... Have you forgotten me already, Lord Leif? It's me, Safi. We met in Tara. Safi, you say? I knew a young woman at the monastery in Tara by that name. I only had the honor of seeing you 2 or 3 times, my lord. I suppose I wasn't as memorable as I thought. Still, you left an impression on me all the same. When you departed the city, it was I who wiped Lady Lenoan's face of tears. Ah, now I can place you. Your father was a priest, and you were rather close with Olwen, were you not? As close as a woman of common birth can be, I suppose. The Duke of Tara was Lady Lenoan's father, and I am more her servant than peer. That aside, how did you come to be here? Something happened to Lenoan? You mean to say you don't know all that's happened in Tara since you left? Let me start from the beginning. After the Duke passed away, the Empire installed their own governor. The man proved to be a walking pox, inflicting tragedy after tragedy upon us. Just this year, they even began child hunts in Tara. Child hunts? That proved to be the breaking point. The people of Tara revolted, installing Lady Lenoan as the rightful Duchess. They hired any sellsword who could stand upright, and sent offerings of gold and gemstones to the Empire's leading noblemen. It was an admirable effort, but King Bloom of Thracia did not forgive such a slight, and summoned the Imperial army to besiege Tara. The sellswords proved craven and fled, and now only a handful of militiamen stand between the Empire and our city. Lady Lenoan bade me seek out any who would fight in Tara's defense. Are things truly that dire? The Duke sheltered me for half a decade before the Empire learned of it and had him executed. Not a day goes by that I don't think of his generosity. You're seeking folk to aid Tara? Look no more. I pledge to deliver Tara from this evil. Let's be off, Safi. You'll be most welcome in Tara, Lord Leif. Thank you. Well, don't keep me in suspense. What are you gonna do with me? That's up to the villagers of Iz. We're taking you back there to answer for your crimes. We both know what'll happen. You hand me over as good as killing me yourself. Safi, come on! We had a deal! I said I'd go to Tara with you! Lord Leif, Lifus is not an evil man. He committed many foul acts as a pirate, yes, but he seemed genuinely repentant when we spoke earlier. Give him a chance to redeem himself in the eyes of the gods. Alright, if Safi believes in you, I can give you a chance. For the time being. I've cheated death once again. I just gotta wait for the right opening, and then I'll book it. Come to think of it, that boy really is the missing Leonster ear. The Empire'd pay mighty well to hear of it, and it's worth mulling over at least. Either way, I'll have to wait until Safi is given into my many charms. So I really like this. I think this is like one of the best ways of doing a blue unit who's an absolute piece of shit. Cause, you know, Safi believes him that he's seeking redemption, but he makes it clear away from her on camera that he's not. That he's just like, you know, just wanted to sleep with her, right? Then later, when they're gonna execute him, Safi's like, no, he's looking for redemption. Please let him get redemption. And he fights alongside Leif because otherwise they're gonna execute him, right? And he's just waiting for a chance to escape. And as the story goes on, then we get another reason that, like, he's still with us. I'm gonna do this chapter, but I do need to check real quick. My cat is outside. I need to see if she's ready to come inside. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. She's not ready to come in yet, so I'll check after I'm done streaming. Ridding is of the pirates besetting it, Leif hurriedly resumed his course to Munster. It was not long until he arrived at Keberos's Gate, a small fortress that guarded the entrance to the province of Munster. Are the cattle being collected on schedule, Lobos?
Ugh, better than Rajik. We've rounded up all the brats in the area, rest assured. For the time being, I've locked them inside the fort's prison. What do you want done with them, my lord?
Best keep them there until the locked church arrives to claim them. The Magi may well try to free little worms. See the old men are prepared for an incursion.
Magi? As in the rebels from Munster? They're still alive?
To my great chagrin, yes. I thought they'd been wiped out, but they've resurfaced recently. The swarm of flies seems to have a new man in charge.
Never a moment's peace these days. And what of you, sire? Will you be returning to Munster?
Not immediately. My journey has been most tiring. I will rest here while I can. What better place for a man to catch his breath than the impregnable Kerebus's Gate, eh, Lobos?
Ha! Indeed, sire.
That fortress, Carabas's Gate, guards the roads into Munster. As strongholds go, it's rather small, but don't let its size fool you. The people of this area say it's more terrible than hell itself. Why? The soldiers here no longer watch over the road. They search for stray children. Lord Leif, the fortress now serves as a base for the province's child hunts. Child hunts? What are you talking about, Augustus? All across the Empire, the children aged 7 to 13 are seized by Imperial soldiers. They're sent to Valhalla, the capital. After the atrocities wrought upon them there, the ones who survive are never the same. Their children no more. They begin life anew as servants of the dark god Loptus. That's inconceivable. What manner of tall tale? I realize it sounds too horrible to be true, but this is no fable. It's the state of Judgrol. Even now, children languish in captivity within that very fortress, you see. What soldier could willingly take part in such a thing? No one with a spark of humanity left, to be sure. I'm sorry, Augustus. We must part ways here. I cannot allow this evil to go unchallenged. I must free those children from this barbarism. Indeed. Let me give you one last piece of advice, sire. Carabas's Gate is too small to fit horses, so you have to any of your soldiers that fight on horseback dismount before entering. Further, after everything we've seen, I wager the children are too traumatized to even move. Have your men carry them back to the villages, and their families will owe you a debt they can never repay. Fortune be with you, Prince Leonster. Hold! This whole time I've known you. The whole time you've known I was the heir to House Leonster? But of course! What's more, I want to see you return to power. Let's arrange to meet in Munster after your business is concluded. Bye, August! Alright, so we have soldiers over here, and there's gonna be brigands that show up soon to destroy the houses as well. We have to escort each of these children to their matching house. We have to bring them home, and we'll get a reward. 2 of the rewards are delayed. Jubel and Corpre, we have delayed rewards for escorting to their houses. I do not remember which house is which child. Let me see if I can pull up a guide. FE5 Chapter 3. Alright, I've got the map right here, so I can check it so I know who goes where. Okay. In that case... Oh yeah, there's another cool anti-turtle here. So this mage has a door key and chest key, and he will try to open this chest where there's a meteor tome, and then he can start raining meteors upon you, which is pretty funny. And for that reason, I think I'm gonna send my best combat units forward to sort of rush him down. And leave the, the B squad and the C squad back here. We've got a couple of new units to unit review, don't we? So, this is Lithus. He is our first thief, one of only 3 in the game. And thieves in Thracia work very differently from other games. His most important stats are Constitution and Speed. Speed because he can steal from enemies based on them having lower speed than him. So, for example, this guy has a speed of 0. So Lithus can steal from him. Constitution is because if an item's weight is less than his con, he can steal it. And I don't just mean items as in, like, vulneraries, right? This short lance has a weight of 8. This short bow has a weight of 6. Actually, I don't know. Can he steal the bow at base? I forget if it's less than or equal to. Either way, you can steal weapons and functionally disarm the enemy, which is pretty cool. It's most useful against the mages in Manster because it's basically the one-hit kill button to steal their tome. Other than that, he can open chests and doors, which is cool. He can steal, like, useful items. The fact you can steal equipped weapons is less weight than the user's con. Okay, I should have just checked this. the fact that you can steal equipped items is pretty useful. I like gluing the con scroll to him. He's also like a decent candidate for early promotion because it gives him, I think, at least one con. FE5 Lithis. Yeah, he gets one con. His combat stats are pretty bad. They're like slightly better than Laura's combat stats, but not by that much. D rank swords and 20 away from ranking up means that he can potentially use like the good C rank swords in Manster, which is nice. You know, rapier against the armors or whatever. So that's kind of cool, but I think his main utility is thieving, and stealing is very, very good in Thracia, so getting proven wrong is also a favorite pastime. Pretty sure it's equal to, no, it's less than, sorry. Oh, that's what you mean by getting proven wrong. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, also 7 movement is cool. 2 Vigor Stars. On most units, I think the Vigor Stars are like a reliability buffer. Here, they're not really. Like, he's not doing combat, or he shouldn't be doing much combat, so nothing he does is like unreliable. If you want to, similar to Tanya with like her abuse, he can steal, because stealing is trading 2 ways. So he can steal a vulnerary onto and off of the same enemy over and over in order to grind out infinity XP, which is kind of funny. He also has a 10% con growth, so like, if you give him the con boosting scroll, he has a semi-reasonable chance to build up his con. An extra point or 2 is really nice. It lets him steal some, like, I mean, well, I just showed you the bows, right? 1 extra point lets him disarm archers. So that's kind of cool, but overall it's mostly just thief utility, and thief utility is really good. Safi is similar to Lithis, mostly just staff utility, and staff utility is really good. I haven't really talked about fatigue yet, so I should mention it here. Every action you take builds up fatigue. For combat units, doing combat is 1 point of fatigue. Staffers, the fatigue a staff gives is based on its rank. So an E rank is only going to give 1, a D rank gives 2, C rank gives 3, B rank gives 4, A rank and PRF give 5. So Hamurm gives 5 fatigue. If you ever have more fatigue than HP, you have to sit out the map. You can use a stamina drink to reduce your fatigue back to 0, but for the most part, it means you just have to sit out a map. Safi and most staffers have very low HP, and since staffs can take up multiple points of fatigue, it means that they often have to sit out more than others, but this is more than made up for by the fact that staffs are incredible in this. Staffs can miss. It is a formula that's like, I think it's 60 plus 4 times your skill or something like that. I know once you have 10 skill, you can never miss, which is sort of the benchmark you want to go towards, and her skill growth is 45%. I like just stapling a skill boosting scroll to her until she gets to 10, because it really sucks when you miss with like a heal staff and you need it to heal. You could rig Hamurn misses, because if you miss, it doesn't consume durability, so you could rig Hamurn misses in order to like build up staff experience on her and build up regular experience on her. But generally I think that's like an LTZ strat rather than a real one. Not to imply that like that's not a real way to play the game. I meant just more like it's not the sort of thing that I would do in a typical run. So staffing in Thracia is really strong. Obviously Warp, its infinite range, is like the most centralizing staff. But I also think Restore is sometimes undervalued by newer players, because status in Thracia is infinite, like lasts until the end of the map. So Restore staff, when you get put to sleep, is the only way to wake up. Physic infinite range is pretty cool. Like, it's not, the enemies aren't super threatening, but it's nice to have heals available. You get a sleep staff yourself, which is neat. The Ensorcel staff boosts magic, which can be helpful on magical combat units, and magical combat is typically better than physical combat. Safi is only 10 weapon experience away from getting B rank, and 60 weapon experience away from getting A rank, or she can get 10 weapon experience and then promote, because promotion gives you 50 staff XP. She gets light magic on promotion, and light is really good, but I just don't think Sappy should be doing combat. Her bulk is like abysmal, single-digit defense growth, right? She has the same defense growth as Ronan's movement growth. Let that sink in. So like, she shouldn't be doing combat, she should just be staffing, but she's the best staffer in the game. She gets warp fastest, and she can Hamern warp staffs. Because broken weapons don't leave your inventory, you can Hamern a fully broken weapon or staff to its full durability. So warp has 3 durability. If you Hamern, then you get 3 more warp if you Hamern a warp. I think that there's also valuable targets other than warp to Hamern. I know some people like Hamerning the light brand. I'm not a huge fan of that, just because I think Leif's combat stops being as big a deal after Manster. But that is an option if you want to like go all in on Magical Leif. The Pooji and the Brave Lance and the Brave Axe sort of come to mind as weapons that you get early on and you want to use throughout the campaign. The Flame Sword too, I guess. You can get a second Flame Sword, and Flame Sword's a lot more situational than those first 3, but it is also a decent target. You only get 1 Sleep Staff, and so that is a pretty good target for Hamern as well. Yeah, those are the big ones that come to mind for me. If you're using a unit who has a PRF and you really like them, then, you know, if you're a big Olwen fan, which I'm not huge on her, I think she's another one of those units that's sometimes over, sometimes underrated, but if you want to go all in on her, you know, Hamerning Dire Thunder's not the worst play. Hamerning Merita's Sword, if you want to go all in on Merita, it's not the worst play, but I do think in general, most uses of Hamern are best spent on warp staffs. Oh, the thief staff from Tina as well. But yeah, most of them I think are best spent on warp, but it's not just warp, and it is still very useful to like Hamern PRFs and stuff. Doing that marker. It's 10 skill is the threshold to stop missing with stabs. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da. You can, I guess, go up here. Ba-da-da, da-da, ba-ba, da-da-da-da-da. Time for the funny Wrath crit. That was an exact kill because it was 30 versus 2 defense. I think we want this. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. So we'll do this. I can't believe we're benching Halvan in an Uchibara moment. I found the Ronan utility. Yo, the epic Ronan utility. 15% of the time, every time. Baiting enemies into captures. I mean, we had to trade the heals off of Safi, because when the enemy captures you, they immediately take all of your items. Nice crit, Dagdar. Yo, the movement star meta. Movement stars are so bad and inconsistent, then why are we getting so many of them? Interesting, curious even. Curiouser and curiouser. Simply, just shrimply get all of the movement stars, obviously. 5-head. Why didn't you think of getting all the movement stars? Anyway, Dagdar bow combat. Time for Dagdar bow combat. The epic Dagdar bow. If he could, like, leave this guy alive, it would be kind of cool, because we could steal the short bow, but that's okay. Can you trigger multiple movement stars in a row? You cannot. You cannot. You can only get one movement star per turn, with the asterisk that it resets. It resets when you get danced. So you could move, movement star, get danced, move, movement star. And you would take 4 actions, basically. The bow armor. And then the bow armor showed up. It's only once per turn. It's only once per turn, but dancing resets the counter. I think is the easiest way to think about it. The LTC for this game is probably insane. I mean, there's different approaches to the LTC. I know that the main one I've seen is Don Don's 0% growths. What's this guy's con? 9. Okay, so we're gonna have to drop him next turn. Don Don's 0% growths one, doesn't use any movement stars, like it just assumes no movement star. And then I know there's a different one that it's like a TAS where it rigs perfect level ups, perfect move levels, and perfect movement stars on every possible unit. Could deal 7 twice. Take 8. Knocks us down to 12. You have 9 attack. Okay, so that's fine for Lithis. Yeah, okay. Well, that was not fine. Oh, we did it! Get fucked, loser! Movement star supremacy. How have we gotten so many movement stars this playthrough already? It just means we're gonna, like, not get them once they start to matter. Eight times 2... But we don't want him to adept. Okay, we can do this. Game wants us to have 776 movement stars by endgame. Yo! Finally a staff miss! We get to show off. Leif is showing us why he's bad at combat. You do this. Can't spell lithis without an L. So true, though. I had to leave the stream as my boy Ronan's still dominating. He's still something alright. He's still something alright. Oh, nice. Okay, 7. Okay, so Leif can do this. I guess we can have Eyvel bait these two into attacking her. Release you. You go here, heal him up for real this time. YouTube still changes my :3 into a cat. I don't know why it's doing that. It's never done it for me before. So we'll just let Eyvel kill these guys, like make them less of a problem. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Here we go, Leif. Good job, good jorb. Defense huge, defense huge. Okay, Ronan, go up. Marty, go down. Invite yourself to the party. Heal up Marty. I have to input a space bar and then erase the space. For some reason, when I type cat, it gets turned into a cat. Yo, she missed again! The Marty disease is contagious. Alright, I think what we do is... Lithis opens this door. Dagdar goes here. I forget if this guy's aggressive or not. Dagdar go here with the Iron Axe and rescue. Safi, why are you denying us our Marty party? It's Marty denying us the Safi party. Oh, poggers. Okay. So Eyvel can go up here. Just take care of these soldiers. Yo, the warrior crit. Are there any plans for a character that you want to use? I kind of want to try out Trude. Okay, so you seem to be non-aggressive. Let's use our 1 per mat save state here just in case. But he seems to be non-aggressive. Oh yeah, by the way, longbows are only 2 range here. They're similar to the short and long of all the others, like short lance, long lance, and whatever, where it's functionally just a steel equivalent. The plan is to use Ronan. I do not plan on using Ronan. You will be lucky if he gets deployed ever after this. This might be the last hurrah. That's why he's on the thumbnail. That's why he's on the thumbnail. Because I wanted to use Heroes Art, but there's a very limited number of... Safi! I'm telling you, it's Marty's skill issue is contagious! Marty's skill issue is contagious! Here, you go here. Oh, wait, what's the weight of Hellfire? It's 7, okay. So we do have to, like, actually try and capture. Sappy's trying to LTC and you're laughing. Oh god, the purple crying eyes emoji. The purple crying eyes emoji. Alright, Dagdar, give me what you got. Yo! A cost moment! We can get the treasure room later. We are on a bit of a timer with the kids. Because later reinforcements are gonna show up. Bandits that try to destroy the village. Which is why Osian and Halvan, I think, should hang out down here to help protect from bandits. He just keeps doing it! He can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away with this. My goat. He can't keep getting away with this. They're trying to LTC and you're just stopping them. Oh my god, Sappy! What the hell? We've already shown off that staffs can miss in Thracia. You don't need to... Oh! Skill, 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 skill. She needs it. She needs it. She needs it. They're dragging your ass into optimal gameplay. It's not optimal to miss with the heal staff. I'm not worried about wasting uses of the fucking heal staff. Okay, so we've got Romeo. According to the map, Romeo should be the top left. Oh, it can't be! Romeo's safe and sound! From the depths of me heart, I thank you! For bringing me boy back single-handed, I'd like you to have this. This here ring's been passed down to my family for as long as you can remember. It's enchanted, it is. Take it, I insist. The shield ring. Increases defense by 2. Honestly, I think we give that to Leif. I think we give that to Leif specifically for Mancer. Like, give him the bulk boosting items is sort of where I'm at. So this is Lucia. Lucy is the bottom left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Tanya can go here. Get our boy some bulk. This is the staff bot. She will not be doing any healing. Okay, that's you, Bello. He goes to the bottom right. Oh, whoops. Hold on. I forgot to give the shield ring to Leif. Who should we give the speed ring to, though? That's the other question. It could help Leif quad with Brave Lance. He's 9 weight, so he's not weight down. Yeah, I think we have Finn use it for Brave Lance reasons. Just like in EV4, Speed Ring Finn. What is the bidding war? That is for A route versus B route. The details are in the description, but basically there's a major route split in the game where you have to decide which of the advisors you listen to, and that is for that. Okay, Corpore is the top right.
Master Corpore, thank the gods you're alright. I was sick with worry. The young master is a nobleman's ward, and was coming to our village as a messenger, but I got mistaken for one of our own children. Give my deepest thanks, but I've little else to give. Still, I imagine rescuing a child of Thracian nobility ought to pay off sooner or later.
So that is a delayed gratification. If you weren't gonna give the speed ring to Finn, who do you think is another good option? I mean, Leif is never a bad option for the early stat boosters. Just because it helps him out in the Manster arc, which is the most combat-intensive portion. Osian is another one, like, his speed can be a little bit shaky. If he wants to, like... He needs to double to make use of the FCM. So, like, that could be a thing for early on against, like, faster enemies. Dagdar's never a bad option because he never gets stats otherwise. But I think his stats are good enough without the boosters. I mean, the meme, whatever meme unit of choice you want, right, is also a good option. You could also send it to Manster to give it to Fergus early if you want, but I don't think Fergus has trouble doubling in Manster. Lithis, maybe to help Lithis steal, but I can't really think of anyone who, like, you know, 10 speed is a lot of speed, right? Oh. Dodge? Oh! Now that's interesting. Look at all the stuff he stole from us. I forgot about these reinforcements. If we movement starred? No, okay. Is that an escape point? This just got really interesting. We do have our save state we can load, but I want to see if we can recover from it. Lithis never has trouble stealing from most enemies, even with base speed. Yeah, I think by the time you get to the point of the game where that might be the case, you just have Pern. Okay, Lucia is here. Lucia! Oh, me own girl, hail and haughty. Thought me heart would give out for more, you would. I can't begin to say how grateful I am, you to stranger. Don't have much in the way of thanks, but mayhap this old parchment could be of some good to you? We've been puzzling over it for years, but what it does is beyond our ken. All we know is that it merely holding it fills you with tremendous vim and vigor, amongst other things. Maybe it helps you, I surely hope you do's. And that is our second scroll. It's just like 5% to everything. It's kind of lame. Holy Heim! Eyvel, you're safe! You gave me a real scare there. I'm so glad to see you again. Whatever your reason, stranger, thank you for helping, truly. Now listen, me older brother is an Imperial soldier, but if you ever meet him, tell him what the Empire done to his youngest kin. His name's Dalson, and no doubt in me mind he'll help you, so don't go forgetting it. I don't know what the escape point is. So the armor might just immediately escape and we'll load our save state, but I don't know. Yep, okay, well, let's load our state. Let's load our state. Because this is where we were before. Now I know to be careful of those guys. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Oh my god. Oh my god, Dagdar. Dag dead. We were doing pretty good, until that, and then the Armor Knight showed up, right? It was kind of funny that he went for a capture, though. Here, let's set this kill up for Leif. Oh wait, never mind. Finn just... I forgot. I forgot he's busted like that. But Finn's a total liability indoors. Completely worthless. Smiley face. Okay, you got this, Dagdar. Don't be dag dead. Don't be dag dead. You've got your daughter support. Come on. Please, buddy. Please. There we go. It's dagged over. It hasn't even dagun. Oh, I just realized we missed the skill level now. That's actually sad. Why does he start with the fucking longbow equipped? I wish Fates had a capture mechanic more like this. I mean, Fates is cap- Oh, we got the skill anyway! Oh, we're so baller. We're so back. We're so back. The Fates capture mechanic, in my opinion, is cool in its own way. Two, three, four, five, six. version more because it's universal, not something locked to 2 characters. Yeah. I also think, like, as cool as capturing is, it's definitely not like, you know, Mom's Spaghetti or whatever. Like I said earlier, you don't need to capture everything that's nailed down. Like, you'll be fine without it. Ooh, that guy got move. You bellow. Over here. Romeo. Here, if we go on this side, then they... Oh, we already opened that door. Shoot. We can have Leif sort of guard Lithis. I'm taking all the floorboards. Leif can't stop me. Is this when... Oh, I gotta be extra careful. I'm going like baby mode. I'm going baby mode. I don't know when the armors show up. I don't remember. Okay, Romeo is here, I believe. Bello was over here. Corpore. We vogue you. Fraudster alert. Fraudster alert. Yeah, so there's that fucker. Blank level. Oh, and now you attack! Now that I'm wasting Voog uses instead of using Wrath Iron Axe. Okay, I see how it is. can live that. If we adept, that'd be awesome. Although, I'm pretty sure we can't yet, right? Eyvel rushing up. Please, I must help. Rip 2 uses of Bruges. 1999 to 2025. Leif, on the other hand, is consistently missing with the Iron Sword to consume durability like a fucking Chad. Yo, I love that dismounted crit. Just leaping up with the sword. Strength defense, nice, nice, nice. Better level than Osian. Alright, so now we have to start doing inventory management. Because we're getting ready for, Manster. Like, this is the end of what's kind of like the prologue. Don't forget Lightbrand is a free use elixir. It actually consumes a point of durability. It's not free. So you typically want to avoid doing that. Yo, that's a nice level. That's a nice Leif level. Okay, Leif, how do you do against the boss? 19 for... Okay, yeah, this is good. So we wait here. So the brigands are coming, but there's no more houses. Motherfucker!
Who do you think you are? What does you believe you can get away with this?
The ambush spawn captures Sappy moment. It's okay, we can get the heal staff back. We can steal it. Leif can get the boss kill, too. And that way we don't have to worry about capturing him. Although, we might be able to... Yeah, no, we can't. Okay. We could capture the boss. I think we just have Leif get the boss kill. I think that's honestly a bigger W than getting the bow and the staff and the lance and the vulnerary and whatnot.
First, this doesn't end with me.
Alright, let's heal up society. Longbow for Ronan. It doesn't even... It's literally just a steel bow. It's not a 2-3 range bow. Short and long. There's short and long swords, axes, lances, etc. They're all just lower durability versions of irons and steel. It's not what you might be thinking of from modern Fire Emblem. Like, the bow is not... It's not good. It's just a steel bow with less durability. Okay. I want to bring both scrolls into Manster because I think they're useful. I want the light brand. We're going Brave Axe. You fucking know we're going Brave Axe, Manster. And we gotta get this chest open, and then we'll rearrange people's inventories. Marty's inventory also matters, because we want to disarm him for a funny meme. It's not about it being good, it's because it's for Ronan. Why would you even want him to have that weapon? Like, it would make his combat performance worse than if he had just an iron. So, Marty... Oh, he's almost at C rank, honestly. We want to give this to Leif. Ronan currently has the speed ring, and we want to give that to Finn. So once Finn kills that brigand, we'll send him up, have him eat it. Oh my god, the crit. Say what you will about Thracia, but its crits have so much style. Does Dalsum even have the rank for Brave Axe? Brave Axe is D rank. Brave Axe is D rank. Okay, trade. Let's give a vulnerary to Finn, and then obviously we're eating the speedrun with him. Because Finn and Safi sort of join on their own little mini-adventure. So I like having him a healing item. Like, Safi can obviously heal him, but just in case, like, we need that or whatever. Dagdar and Tanya each have a vulnerary for their little mini-adventure. Brave Axe on Leif. We gotta give him the Flame Sword too. And send Marty over here to the supply so he can put some stuff in the supply. Do we have short... We have short lances on... Surely Finn doesn't have our only short lances. Yeah, Osian does. Okay. Because I want to put something in the supply for Karen so that we can, you know, have that for her. And the other scroll, it's on Ronan right now. Okay, let's give it to you. Because I like bringing both scrolls to Thracia. I know you get the said scroll as well. And it will make Chapter 4, like, a little bit more obnoxious. Or not to Thracia, to Manster. But, like, it's one extra chest. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Don't give them to Ronan the Barbarian. I guess we can take the short bow, like, why not? Just everyone take your turn at the supply. I want the second lockpick as well. I like having 2 lockpicks instead of having to trade between Lara and Lithis. Alright, let's do a quick check-in. You have everything that's good for you. I don't think we face any fog. Yeah, the only fog chapters are... Actually, yeah, Tanya can hang on to the torch. Because it's fog and 8x. I know we have 4x fog as well, but that should be fine. So Tanya can hang on to a torch. She can torch on turn 1 of 8X. We bring the Light Brand, the Brave Axe, the Hodor Scroll, the Flame Sword. Oh, right. Right. And the Balder Scroll. So, Flame Sword, Brave Axe, Light Brand, Scrolls, and Lockpick. It does give us quite a few chests to open, but honestly, I think that's fine. Marty, empty. Dagdar, let's give him a hand axe. Do we have a hand axe for him? Just for that 1-2 range option. Yeah, okay. I think we're good to go. We got all the kids, right? Yeah, we got all the kids. Okay, yeah. Thracia the Goat. Thracia is one of the better Fire Emblem games out there. I don't think it's the best one, but it's got so much cool stuff in it. It was a hard-fought victory, but we've taken control of Kerberos's Gate. Nicely done. I'm impressed, truly. Such a shame to spoil your moment, but I must ask you to drop your weapons. Otherwise I'll have to do something very ugly to this very pretty young woman. Nana? Raydrake, you soulless parasite. Run, Lord Leif, don't worry about me. Damn. Fine, I said. I'm putting down my weapons, so keep your hands off of Nana. I see the young pup knows how to heal. Men, move in and chain the good Prince Leif, then fan out and seize the rest of his forces. Damn it. Little Leif got himself captured? Well, 2 can play at that game. I'm going in and waving the white flag. No doubt they'll arrest me too. I'll do what I can to protect Lord Leif from inside. The rest of you, hightail it out of here. Make ready to rescue him. I suppose this was inevitable. We have no choice but to retreat. Hold out for as long as you can, Lord Leif. On my honor, I will come for you. Damn it, Leif! Nothing to be done now, I guess. We're coming after you, so don't you dare go dying first, do you hear? Well, we lasted until now. No one can say we didn't give it our all. Gods above, watch over the prince. Damn it all. Prince let himself be captured. I can't much stand it myself, but for now, no choice but to head back to Mount Voiddrake. This ain't the end, though. I'll round up the whole crew and we'll storm Munster. And so that's the end of kind of like the prologue, I would say. Chapter 3. So, we will next stream start with the Manster arc. I don't think we'll be doing it all in one stream. My plan is to sort of divide Manster in half, do the first 2 prison maps first, and then chapter 5 is like kind of a doozy. But yeah, hope you enjoyed the stream. So have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.